there with the trophy in their hand tonight. Which team going to win tonight? Who's going to walk without the trophy? Who's going to walk with the trophy? What? Look at that. How about here? Oh, move from there. Move from there. You can be as well dressed as you want to be with all your life. Whoa. Style killer. You have had a blue pen killer. You look like somebody that come and play that half killer. Style killer. You have had a blue pen killer. Killer. First thing like home. Right now I want to pick up my girls. Yes, I. Pick up my Shirley, my friends. I am here for the Shirley the clash. I want to see a cheerleader showdown. Don't watch me so. You have heard it. I want to see who better than them and who better than them. Converse people read it and now way there. Mate from now way there, when you way there. Now way there, from way there. Not gonna be so way there, when you way there. Not gonna be so way there, cause I'm over style killer. You cheerleader friend. Where is she? Okay, see her. The last time you lose a whole cheerleader. Our party to get ready. Come through, fellas, come through. out to all the teachers. Yes, we know about you. Y'all give the children work and y'all come here thinking y'all have work to do.
Boy, how did you? I mean, looking for the words to describe it already. Actually, it's just like, music type of woman that like, how I read it. Music type of woman that will make a man, or make a man, or make a man, go and get some money that you never had. Make a man, book a flick, somewhere that you never been. Take you up a flight, you end up in it, and last no he ain't in it. Just like that, you never had. He said everything that he never had. He said, looking like a flash flood, one in the beach first. But you move like you wear the mind, you got is super soaker. Boy, how did you? I'm not looking for the words to describe it already. Actually, it's just like, music type of woman that like, how I read it. Music type of woman that will make a man, or make a man, or make a man, go and get some money that you never had. Make a man, book a flight, somewhere that you never been. Take you up a flight, you end up in it, and the last no he ain't in it, and last was saying that he never had. He peace that everything that he ever had.
I want you to look at the lady next to you and tell her.
And you got is super soaker. You rat, you nigga hacker, you nigga jacker, you nigga gap. It's the smasher, the power washer.
Tell her. Reminder. Tell her. Reminder. Whoa. People. We are about to begin the most anticipated finals in FPL T20. Oh boy,
It's a party every day, SPL.
And good evening and welcome to the big final, SPL 6. Good news from the Francis Lastic ground in Grosley. We are about to start the action after a rain delay. And good news is that we're going to start in a few minutes' time. But we've got the pre-match show. Let's bring you that first.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night. I am your presenter, Joseph, and welcome to the Francis Lastic House for our final match of the Premier Sports Inc. in collaboration with the government of St. Lucia, presenting to you the National Trees Security SPL T20 Cricket Tournament. It is SPL 6 where we show them how to party. Of course, we would like to acknowledge our sponsors. Gold partners include Sports St. Lucia and BTSM. Silver partners, New Select, Computer and Business Services, Quick Clubs, Four Circles, Magical Insurance, Flow, and Forest Springs. Media partners, DBS, NBC, Real FM, and Vibe Radio. And of course, Brothers Premium Cider. For tonight's match, we have the Kansas City Blasters versus the Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Choiseul Craftmasters. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand in observance of the national anthem of St. Lucia.
shaking of hands. And as we begin, we would like to wish both teams good luck in tonight's match.
Indeed. Well, we have had the pre-match show, and the players exchanging their handshakes, and the serious action is going to start in a few minutes. Let's bring you up to date with what happened at the toss.
Good evening and welcome to the big final of SPL 6. We are at the Francis Lastic ground, and we say good evening to all. Of course, it's an encounter between the FLG City Blasters and the Choiseul Credit Union Choiseul Craftmasters. We've got with us the match referee, Mr. Michael John, our umpire, Ms. Roylyn Cooper, the captain of the City Blasters, Stephen Natram, and captain of the Craftmasters, Kirsten Jules. Who's got the coin? Match referee has the coin. Stephen will give it a spin.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
Heads.
Heads it is. So the toss won by Kirsten Jules. Kirsten, what are you going to do having won the toss?
We're going to have a bowl first.
Why would you do that in the big final?
The weather forecast is we're expecting a lot of rain, and half of our bowling is spin. So we want to have the best favorable conditions for our bowlers.
Okay, it's been an interesting journey for the Craftmasters. Didn't start all that well, but you are in the big final. What are your expectations tonight?
Yeah, we just expect more of the same. Just go out there, play our best cricket, and try and come out victorious in this game.
Okay, any changes to your 11 tonight?
Yeah, we have one change. Trevor James comes in to replace Jamal James.
Okay, thank you, Kirsten. Go good. All the best. Stephen, what would you have done had you won the toss?
I would have also bowled first.
Okay, all right, but now you have to bat first. What challenge that you think is before you to put up a good total to make a good fight in the final?
Well, firstly, our batters have to assess. The wicket looks like it has a bit of moisture in it, so it's up to our openers, our top four, to dig in and get a big total for us.
Okay, winning streak, you haven't lost any. You don't want it to happen tonight, Stephen?
Definitely not. We've had a really good tournament so far. Every single game has brought lessons, We have learned from every single game that we have played. So these games are behind us, so now we just focus on tonight.
Okay, any changes to your 11?
One change. Vernelius Gabriel comes in for Akim Hogis.
Okay, thank you. All the best, Stephen. So the news from the toss in the final is that Kirsten Jules has won, and he's going to bowl first. Let's look at the wicket for you. Reminding you, of course, this is the same surface that we have had for all the games here at the Francis Lastic ground. We're using the center strip, and as you know, it's a belter. Reminding you that in the last game, qualifier 2, we had 518 runs on the surface, so it's a good batting surface. And as you look at it, a few cracks, the grass is rolled in, and it just looks a good solid surface to bat on. You'd expect the City Blasters, a champion side so far, to put a good total in the region of 200, and the question is, will they be able to do so, and would the Craftmasters be able to restrict them?
So that's the situation at the toss, and the players already out on the field as action about to begin. The two openers, Ryshawn Williams and Theo Edward, the two men from City Blasters, they are in the middle, and of course out there is the Choiseul Craftmasters. This is Claudius Emmanuel saying good evening to all. With me is Greg Wilson, and Greg, the stage is well set for a very exciting final. These two teams, they have gotten their way to the big final, and it's going to be interesting to see who is going to emerge the winner. What's your take? What's your expectation as we're about to see the first ball?
Yeah, good evening, Claudius, and good evening to all those following the proceedings there. Yes, certainly the stage is well set. And these two teams coming into the finals, as you did indicate, the Akel City Blasters, they did get 153 against 253 against Sofre to get into the finals, and Choiseul Craftmasters, they got 290, thanks in large to Alec Atanes, who joined them very late in the proceeding, but certainly did have an impact. So the rain has played his part earlier on, and I think it's a reduced game. It's 18 over game.
Yes,
So
that's
the City
the news
Blasters,
from the toss. Yeah.
knowing that it is a reduced game and there's a possibility of rain, so the approach certainly would be to try to put as many as on the teams as possible, Chloe. But you never know, if it's a reduced game, it might very well favor the Choiseul Craftmasters.
Indeed. Well, at the toss, there was the expectation of a full 20 over game, but the news from the umpires with the rain is that it's been reduced to 18 overs a side. So that means, Greg, 3 bowlers will bowl a maximum of 4 and 2 a maximum of 3. First delivery outside the off stump as Williams slashing at it, and it goes into the gloves of Simon. So Bronte Bess, the man being entrusted with the first ball for the Craftmasters, and Williams opening with Theo Edward. Will give you the 11s. Of course, we can tell you that there's one change for the City Blasters, with Vanilius Gabriel coming in for Akeem Ogis, was going to be with the West Indies camp. Best with the second delivery of the final. Bowls wide outside the off stump, hit into the offside, will go to the boundary for the first 4 of the final. Wide outside the off stump and slapped away by Williams. Away to the boundary for 4 to open his account and that of the City Blasters.
Yes, best on this occasion, wide outside the off stump and really providing the width for Rashad Williams, and really bisecting the two fielders and getting himself 4 valuable runs, as you did indicate, to open both his account and that of the City Blasters.
4 without loss. Best with a long on and a long off. He'll move into Williams. Williams is whipping that away into the square leg area. Thing that has gone all the way. Yes, the confirmation from umpire Cuthbert McVeigh. So Williams very quickly onto that, hitting it away over square leg. And for the first maximum of the innings, as he goes to 10, and that's the City Blasters total in the first over.
Yes, on this occasion, Bronte Bay shot, and Williams getting into position very quickly and latching onto this one and getting himself 4 valuable runs. So 2 consecutive boundaries there for Williams and the Akel City Blasters.
So Williams very quickly into double figures. So good start for him. Pressure on Bess. That has prompted discussion among his teammates. So City Blasters, we told you 1 change. The Craftmasters also 1 change. Bess moving in to Williams. Williams hits that big over square leg, even bigger into the crowd. In fact, that has landed on the Alton Crafton stand. And well, Williams very quickly, he has gone to 16 with his second maximum. And well, 16 he is. 16 is the City Blasters. They are blasting from the blocks, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly a very quick start there from Rashad Williams. Bronte Bess again on this occasion going short, and this one, as you indicate, even gone further. So certainly Bronte Bess is under the caution at this point. He's bowled 4 deliveries and he has gone for 16.
Under caution indeed, silencing the very vocal contingent of fans from Choiseul. The Orange Army is very much here, but they are not getting off to a flyer in terms of their expression of support. They are kept a little subdued. Early runnings in favor of the City Blasters. Best to Williams. Williams hits that into the onside. A diving attempt by that's Tipot's Henry. It's not successful as the ball beats him into the mid-wicket boundary. A 4th boundary in the over. Williams has gone quickly to 20, doing all the scoring for the City Blasters, who were blasted off to a flyer.
Yes, again, Bronte Bess with the new ball, Claudius. One would have expected him to perhaps look for if there's any swing, but we've seen him opted to go short, and he's very been penalized on every occasion.
Indeed, 2 4s, 2 6s, 20 already. Still 1 delivery left in the first. Best under pressure. Moves into Williams. Williams gets one that he turns. Finds the man at backward square leg. That's Donan Edward. And the over completed. Williams going to 21. That's the City Blasters score. It's the first over in SPL 6. This is the final. We at the Francis Babalastic ground. And reminding you that it's an 18 over affair. 21 without loss after the first.
Yeah, certainly a dream start there for the FLG City Blasters, Claudius, getting some 21 run of the first over. So certainly Rashad Williams has indicated his intention. He's really going to take the attack to them very early and more so into the power play.
Indeed, let's look at the 11s for you. Let's start with the City Blasters.
We have Rashad Williams, Theo Edward, Stephen Nitch from the captain, Cornelius Gabriel who came in for. There's a sub replacement today. You have Jaden Elibox, Kensley Paul, McKinney Clark, Magaran Schultz, Kyle Adonis, Tyler Venner, and Dylan John.
City Blasters, one change. Also one change, the Craftmasters. They are Jason Simon, Trevor James, who comes back in the 11. Alec Atanez, Junior Henry, Vince Smith, Shonil Edward, Kirsten Jules, the captain, Bronte Best, Donan Edward, Alvina Simon, and Janelle Williams. That's delivery. That's hoiked away over long on. 6. As Shonil Edward has been greeted by Williams. And my word, Williams has started in very aggressive fashion indeed. Lofting a full delivery all the way over long on for 6. Taking him to 27. And he's doing all the scoring that was in the slot and lofted away out of the park. The second ball change we have had. This is just 1.1 overs and it's 27 without loss.
Yeah, certainly Rashad Williams is off to a flyer. Shonil Edwards on this occasion, Claudius, perhaps looking for a bit of swing. One would have expected the post ball, one could understand, but Williams very much equal to the task and really in a no-nonsense mood this evening.
Equal to the task indeed. It's gone to 27. Williams series, in fact, bringing up his 200 in terms of his aggregate, striking them at 178. Edward goes to Williams. Williams is hitting that down to backward point. Can Teapots Henry come across? No, he can't. It's another boundary. Williams going to 31. That's the City Blasters score. We're in the second over.
Yes, just 1.2 overs so far, 31. And Williams is the one doing all the heavy lifting at this point, Claudius Emmanuel.
In fact, he's the only one who has scored 31 from 8. Strike rate of almost 400.
Well, Theo has not faced a ball yet.
That's right. Edward has been a spectator. Deep cover. Deep square leg. The 2 out for Edward, who's going to move in again to Williams. Williams gets one. Down the leg side. It beats the keeper. Jason Simon can't get that. It's a poor delivery. Down the leg side. And going all the way for, was that whites? 5 of them with the boundary. Total 36 without loss. Edward losing it there. Well down the leg side. Simon couldn't get that.
Yes, a valiant effort there by Jason Simon, but certainly it was way outside the out stump, down the leg side there, and really could not save the 4. So not a good start there by Shonil Edwards. Just 2 deliveries, Claudius, but he's considered 15 runs.
Indeed. 2 legitimate deliveries. He's under pressure. He moves in from the north to Williams. Williams hits that top edge. Could be a catch. Fielder going back. Donan Edward backpedaling. Oh, doesn't catch it. Seemed to have overrun it as he backpedaled. And finding the ball falling in front of him, had to come forward. Of course, it's always difficult under the lights. Williams getting a chance as the total goes to 38. He goes to 33 with the single. And, well, a bad miss there because the way he's going, Williams, Edward would have loved to have taken that wicket. Didn't take the catch, though.
Never looks seven, Claudius.
Williams got 2. He's in strike. Edward to Williams. Williams hits that. Over backward square leg 6. Into the wall. at the western side of the ground. Williams with another maximum. Make it, this is his fourth. He's rushed to 39. And the Kel City Blasters, they're 44 without loss.
And Claudius, we are still in the second over. So I think both the Craftmasters team and the spectators are shell shocked at this stage, Claudius.
Yeah, it's a rapid start. The rate of scoring 26.4. Well. Don't think the Craftmasters would have expected that. But the City Blasters have made a statement. They have come out very aggressively. And they will want to keep that momentum. They are laying a platform for a big total. Reminding you that in qualifier 2 on Sunday, we had 518 runs scored. Edward to Williams. Williams swing and a miss to one that was outside the off stump. It was space off. And a little bit of reprieve in the rate of scoring with maybe the first dot ball of the innings.
Yes,
the second dot ball.
Well, that's like goal dust there at this stage, Claudius. You only into the second over and the dot ball is like goal dust.
Goal dust indeed. Shonil Edward and the Craftmasters, they would be happy with that. Crowd almost chock-a-block in the Alton Crafton stand. Edward moving in to Williams. Williams hits that. That's gone big. That's gone out of the park. That's gone towards the cemetery. A big one. It went high. It went long. And it was way over the boundary 50. As the 50 comes up after the end of the second over. And the Orange Army, they have been flattened by the batting of,
they are very much in disbelief
of Williams.
Very much in disbelief at this stage, Claudia. So Williams certainly has taken the air out of the sails of the Craftmasters and that of the spectators just before the game started. It was a very carnival atmosphere. They were very very jubilant. But certainly we could almost hear a pin drop in that section of the stand.
Indeed. Such has been the start by Williams that was come out with a man on a mission. 45 from 12. And 50 coming up. I don't think we have ever seen that, Greg Wilson. After 2 overs, the 50 coming up. Rate of scoring of 25. Kirsten Jules brings himself on to try to stem the flow of runs.
Well, certainly the captain is trying to lead by example. It looks like the crowd are found their voice again.
So Jules looking to pull things back, has brought himself on, and with that there's a blast of the bugles and the horns among the Orange Army. Jules to Edward off the back foot, hits it to the sweeper. Williams, who misfields, but it will not cost him. High return coming into Simon, and Edward is off the mark in the third over. As well, that's his first delivery after 2 overs of absolute carnage from Williams. 51 without loss, the Kel City Blasters. They were inserted by Kirsten Jules after he won the toss, reminding you that the match has been reduced to 18 overs aside because of rain at the start. The scheduled start. Jules to Williams. Williams off the back foot. Dropped at the mid-wicket position. Alvina Simon not holding on. It was short. It was hit powerfully to his left. Two-handed inside the circle at mid-wicket. But put it down. William gets a second life. Goes to 46. It's 52 without loss.
Yes, certainly a second line be given. But this one was powerfully struck. I think one can simply say he saved 3 runs, Claudius.
Indeed, it was destined to the boundary. Long off and deep cover for Jules, who's moving in to Edward. Edward drives down the ground. That's going to go all the way, I think. Maybe just inside the boundary. No, it's gone all the way into the pad and driven nicely by Theo Edward. So we look at it again on the monitor. Nice flow of the bat, nice swing of the bat. and clearing the boundary over the head of Jules. So first maximum for Edward, he goes to 7.58 without loss.
Yes, on this occasion, a nice juicy half volley there for Theo Edwards.
Jules again to Edward. Edward is ball! Looking to hoik that away, maybe pace off. It cut back into the young right-hander and crashing into the middle stump. So the end of Theo Edward, who goes back to the pavilion, bowled by Jules for 7. And in the third over, it's success for the Craftmasters. They have picked up the first, and it's a 58 for 1.
Yes, the captain bringing himself on, and looking at the replay, Claudia, certainly if Theo Edward played across the line, he probably would have been better advised if he had targeted over the long off or the straight back over the bowler. But on this occasion, playing across and perhaps a bit of pace off as well. So good bit of bowling there by the captain, Kirsten Jules, to bring himself on and get in the first wicket.
A little disappointing from Edward because the previous delivery he had played it nicely down over a straightish long on for 6. But as you said, going across the line and sending jubilation among the Craftmasters fans. The new batter is the captain. No, that looks like Vanillas Gabriel, the left-hander. Indeed, Gabriel coming in. A little surprise ahead of Stephen Natron.
Yes, one would have thought with that sort of start that Stephen Natron would have come in and looked to continue putting a bit of more pressure on the Craftmasters.
Well, they have opted for the left hand of Gabriel. Maybe wanting to have a left hand, right hand combination at the crease. So Jules pulling things back with the wicket of Edward. Will move in for the first delivery to Gabriel. Owls back and plays it into the offside. Straight to the man that looks like Vince Smith at backward point. And there's no run. So Kirsten Jules has certainly pulled things back in his 5 deliveries so far.
Yes, certainly getting the wicket and only conceding 8 runs so far.
As he comes in again to Gabriel. Gabriel hits that over the head of the diving field, that backward point, Choiseul Edward, and away to the boundary for 4. Short and wide, and chopped away by Vanillas Gabriel to get off the mark as the third over comes to an end. A bit of a mixed bag over from Kirsten Jules, the third of the innings. The City Blasters, they're 62 for 1.
Yes, on this occasion really provided them the width and smartly just played over the head of the fielder Choiseul Edward and down to the third man boundary for 4. So the Akil City Blasters 62, Claudia, they're still going at 20 and over.
Pretty healthy rate of scoring, back above 20, as the City Blasters off to a flyer. So over number 4, about to start. Looks like we're gonna see some spin as the under 19 player Janelle Williams is going to come into the attack, and he has done quite well. Janelle Williams, and he's going to bowl to Williams. So we're going to have Williams to Williams. Janelle to Raishon. Janelle has picked up 10 wickets. His economy is 11.3. And he's going to bowl to his namesake. See, comes in to Williams. Williams drives. Can the long off come across? No. 4 to him. It was in the slot and driven powerfully by Williams to the left of the long off fielder, who came across but just couldn't cut it off. And another boundary to Williams, in fact bringing up his 50, a half century that has come up in 14 deliveries, and some serious ball striking from the overseas player, the man from Barbados. 4 6s, 5 4s, correction, 5 6s, 4 4s Williams to Williams. Williams smashes that. This time straight to the long off fielder. And he gets the single. He goes to 51. And the total 68, 67 it is. Nice crowd building up. A section that is not necessarily supporting the Craftmasters as the left-handed Gabriel comes into strike. Of course, this is the power play, so I'm assuming, Greg, with 18 overs a game, power play would be 5. Okay, so we've got still it stays at 6. Okay, it stays at 6 as Gabriel will be in strike and field being changed. Henry being sent from the circle at square leg to the boundary, so the 2 out, mid wicket and long on. Williams over the wicket to Gabriel. Gabriel back into the offside, will get the single as Vince Smith, surprising there, just sort of settled for the single very early, whereas maybe a more aggressive fielder might have looked to put pressure on the single. Smith was happy to concede it. 68 for 1. Gabriel going to 5. Williams, 51 from 15, will come into strike. Janelle Williams will bowl to Ryshawn Williams. Short, looking to turn it away. Does so. Doesn't quite get hold of it. But will get the single as Alvina Simon comes from the left of the umpire, going round umpire McVeigh. Of course, with umpire McVeigh is umpire Ali Augustine, the 2 men entrusted to do the final. Vanilla's Gabriel in strike. Williams moves in to him. Gabriel, big drive outside the off stump, missing. And into the gloves of Simon. Good comeback by Williams. 3 singles after being hit for 4 the first ball of the over.
Yes, certainly. Only 7 after 5 deliveries. So he would certainly want to end without conceding a boundary.
The drums very much in action in the Alton Crafton stand. Off the back foot goes Gabriel. Can't beat Trevor James at extra cover. End of the over. Good tight ending by Janelle Williams. The 4th completed. 69 for 1, the City Blasters, after they were sent in by the Craftmasters.
Yes, a good over there by Janelle Williams, only conceding 7 amidst all the carnage we have seen, especially in the first 2 overs. So certainly in the last 2, Claudius, they have only conceded 19 runs as opposed to 50 in the first 2.
So they have certainly pulled things back, and we can see that in the over by over graphic. Tall building there of almost 30 to second, but since then the 2 other overs, they have brought things back. Kirsten Jules initially, and then Janelle Edward. It will be Jules to come in for his second. The Craftmasters, they have reduced the scoring rate to 17.25, but of course it's still very high. We'll want to continue to whittle away at it. Jules to Williams. Williams stoppage could be caught and bowled. Yes, it is. End of Williams, looking to hike away, leading edge, and it virtually lollipop to Kirsten Jules, who accepted it gleefully. A very important dismissal in the context of the game. The Choiseul Craftmasters fans jumping away as a result. The City Blasters losing their 2nd wicket.
Yes, another crucial breakthrough there by Kirsten Jules, getting the wicket of Rashad Williams, who certainly was like a runaway train. He had 4 fours and 5 sixes in his knock of 52 of just 17 deliveries, 305 his scoring rate. So perhaps looking to overhit this one, Claudius, losing his shape in the process, but a good breakthrough nevertheless by the captain, Kirsten Jules.
A very good breakthrough indeed. And Jules, well, really underlining his value to his team. Greg Wilson, he has come back after that rapid start by Williams and has now dismissed both openers. Theo Edward in his previous over, and now the dangerous Williams.
Yes, certainly they would want to have seen the back of Williams, the way he was going there. He was there like a runaway train. And with his dismissal, in comes in the captain, Stephen Natrum.
Indeed, Natrum, one who can be very, very destructive indeed, will settle himself as he gets ready to face Jules in his 8 matches. Stephen Natrum, 216 runs, but look at the strike rate, 225. He'll face his first delivery, turns it away, will get off the mark as Williams comes in from the mid-wicket region, and the total going to 70 for 2. So excellent work by, first of all, Jules and then William in the last 3 overs or so. They have pulled things back. And City Blasters here, Greg, would need to do some sort of consolidation, or would they continue going at a rapid rate?
Well, they could afford to consolidate with a strike rate still at a run rate of still over 16. You could afford to come out of the power play just losing 2 wickets and perhaps score 80 runs.
Jules now to Gabriel. Gabriel back, plays into the offside, but Vince Smith is there. And there's no run. So Choiseul Credit Union Craftmasters pulling things back quite well from the 3rd over. Now into this 5th over. Jules 2 for 13 from 1.3. Moves in to Gabriel. Gabriel's has gone big and long, over wide, long on. All the way for 6. Well, it was in his hitting area and lofting it high and handsome. And going all the way. Good balance. Good swing of the bat. 6 to Gabriel. Taking him to 11. And it's 76 for 2. We are in the 5th over.
Yes, Kirsten Jules on this occasion just erring in terms of his line and length and going a little too close to Williams Gabriel, just outside the off stump, right in his swinging arc, and deposited this one over wide, long on for 6. So they are still, although they need to consolidate a bit, but once it is there in the hitting zone, certainly corners, they are going to thrash it around.
Indeed, and perhaps also thinking we have 2 overs fewer to play with. It's only 18 in this game, so there's no need to really be too conservative. Jules continues to Gabriel. Gabriel looking to slap that away. Doesn't make contact. Almost begging for the wide from umpire McVeigh, but he stays on move. He says, you could have reached that, you just missed it.
Yeah, but it was going away from the batsman.
So Jules, 1 delivery left in the 5th. He's second. He'll move into Gabriel. Gabriel back. Can he beat? Oh, could be a run out there. Oh, but it has gone maybe to the wrong end. The return from Vince Smith, missing the stumps at the striker's end. But confusion between Stephen Natrum and Gabriel at the end of the 5th over. And they were almost both stranded in mid-pitch. And perhaps the return should have gone to the non-strikers end, Greg Wilson.
Yes, I think had it gone to the non-strikers, then Stephen Natrum would have found himself stranded because he was really heading down to the strikers end. And you could have seen he had gone past halfway already. So he was basically at the point of no return.
In fact, Kirsten Jules was saying it should have come to my end at the non-strikers, but it didn't. And of course, split-second decision. Vince Smith going for the striker stumps and missing. Even though had he hit, I think Vanillius had time to come back. So a close call there for the City Blasters. They survive it. End of the 5th, 76 for 2. Their rate of scoring now down to 15.2. Williams to start his second. Will bowl to Natrum. Round the wicket. Williams to Natrum. Natrum hits that all the way for 6. Oh, didn't seem that he quite got hold of it, but he's such a powerful man. I think that was a miscued stroke, but it still made the distance, going all the way over the side screen. And 6 to him. 82 it is, his first maximum. In fact, that has gone out of the playing area.
Yes, actually another replacement ball is required. So on this occasion, Janelle Williams was definitely too short and really gave Stephen Natrum the chance to really pick where he wanted. Although from what we saw in the replay, he may have mistimed that delivery. But as we did indicate, such a powerful man that once it comes off anywhere close to the middle of the bat, it will definitely travel the distance.
And as we showed as he came in, his strike rate is 225 in this series so far in his 8 games. So this is not a man that is going to be mucking around.
Actually, in the last preliminary game against Grozile, he got 50 or 14 deliveries with 5 fours and 5 sixes.
Indeed, it was a brutal knock. And we'll want to push things on. Williams, of course, with other ideas. Moves into Natrum. Natrum is defending. Back to Williams. In the 6th over. Final one of the power play. Mid-wicket and long off the 2. Williams to Natrum. Natrum back. Miscues. It's it straight to the square leg fielder. Bit of a bottom edge. And going nowhere in terms of what he was looking for. So two dot balls after being smashed for 6 first delivery. Williams was handled pressure well generally in this competition. Moves into Natrum. Flighted. Natrum hits that into the gap. Will go to the boundary. It was well wide of the field at mid-wicket. And again, not quite getting hold of it, but getting enough bat to get it to the boundary. He's gone to double figures. Stephen Natrum, 86 for 2. 2 deliveries left in the power play. Williams wiping the ball in the towel in his waist. Flighted delivery hit out of the park. Oh, that is too close to Stephen Natrum, who has launched himself into that and hitting it way over the long on fielder and out of the Francis Babalastic ground. His second maximum takes him to 17, and the City Blasters now 92 for 2.
Yeah, Janelle Edward in the last 2 deliveries, Claudia, certainly has gotten too close to Stephen Natrum. As a matter of fact, the 2 deliveries that he has gotten the maximum, they will very much have volleys and enabling him to really free his arms. So he needs to pull back the length a bit.
Stephen Natrum, well, taking advantage of anything on offer. Williams still 1 delivery to complete the over, the 6th of the innings. He moves in to Natrum. Natrum hits that along the ground to the long off fielder, the mid off fielder on the circle. Trevon James. End of the over. The 6th, the power play completed. City Blasters 92 for 2 with Natrum 17. Gabriel is 11. And it's been a very, very aggressive start indeed by the City Blasters.
Yeah, certainly it all started with Rashad Williams up at the start of the inning. The first 2 overs, he got some 50 runs, but they were able to pull things back in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th over. But in the last over of the power play, certainly young Williams not really sticking to what worked for him previously, getting a bit too close to Stephen Natrum, and he was dealt with appropriately.
Bowling change by the Craftmasters. Alvina Simon being brought in to bowl, and he will bowl to the left-handed Gabriel. Simon, who has picked up 11 wickets from his 10 matches, his economy 9.54, will move into Gabriel. Gabriel swings it away and through the man diving at backward square leg. That looks like Don and Edward, who stays down. Hope it's not an injury. Maybe in disappointment at not having cut that off, as the total goes to 96. A boundary for Gabriel. He goes to 15. And Simon not starting well at all.
Not starting out well at all. Loose delivery, angling down the leg side.
Comes in again to Gabriel. Gabriel back. That's a much better one. Has to defend. Pushes it to Jules, an extra cover. And there's no run. So Field restrictions lifted. More fielders on the boundary. Simon to Gabriel. Gabriel back. Slower delivery maybe, and miscuing. Simon able to field to his bowling on the edge of the square. He's gonna come in again to Gabriel. Gabriel gets a delivery that is spinning across him, pitched on about leg stump and keeping him quiet. Good response after being hit for the boundary first ball. 3 dot balls. Alvin Simon over the wicket to Gabriel. Gabriel has hit that high, straight up. Chance for Custom Jules, who's under it. Oh, and puts it down. Oh my. Skipper Jules, it wasn't that difficult. I think the hands were a bit too stiff, Greg Wilson, and the ball just didn't stay alive for Valinas Gabriel.
Yeah, certainly he looked, like he said, he looked comfortable under, but at the end of the day, as you indicate, perhaps close his hands a bit too early. The stiff hands, and the ball just bounced out of it. So a line given to Valinas Gabriel. We would hope that it does not come back to haunt them.
A third catch put down by Craftmasters. In qualifier 1, the Craftmasters put down 7. This is not starting well for them. They've put down 3. This is the 7th over. As Natrum will get a single into the offside. Best doing the fielding. He goes to 16, 98 for 2 it is. End of the 7th over.
Yes, very good over there by Alvina Simon. Should have gotten the wicket of Valinas Gabriel, only going for 6 in the over. So certainly pulled things back after the very expensive 6th over we had, the last over of the power play.
So alive to Gabriel. 98 for 2 it is. The crowd building all the time. Really nice to see that, Greg Wilson. The support that we have had from the fans in SPL 6 and in this final, the biggest crowd of them all.
Yes, certainly, and almost half of the stand has been populated by the Orange Army. So they have traveled in numbers.
As they usually do. Of course, the Francis Babalastic ground, quite a picture, a bit of a transformation of it tonight, with a VIP area to the northeastern section of the ground. We've got a party stand on the southwestern section, and a nice atmosphere building up. This is the final. We have had 31 games already in the competition. New over started by Donan Edward, the leg spinner. Outside the off stump, a swing and a miss by Natrum, and the Bills being taken off by Simon, but Natrum was grounded. So Donan Edward will come in again to Natrum. Natrum back, slaps it. Oh, it was in the air, but Edward didn't really go after it to make the catch. It's gone to Athenaeus at long off. Single to Natrum. He goes to 19. It's 99 for 2. Donan Edward, the leg spinner, will now bowl to Gabriel. Edward has picked up 9 wickets in his 8 matches. His economy just under 8.5. He'll bowl to the left-handed Gabriel. He goes round the wicket. Gabriel, big swing and a miss outside off. Simon taking that. And the leg spinner gets away with 1. Of course, I say leg spinner, but we know Donan Edward, he does bowl a very fast seam-up delivery as well. He also has the googly. He comes into Gabriel. Gabriel gets one that is hoiked down the ground. James diving, but not able to make a catch of it. Valiant attempt by him. In fact, it has gone all the way to the boundary, just having enough on it to clear the boundary straight back past the bowler. But a valiant attempt by Trevor James as he came from the long off position. Not able to get a catch of it. Are we going to get a change of the signal? Yes. Umpire Ali Augustine now changing the signal and saying 4 instead of 6. So jumping just inside the boundary.
Yes, the
100 coming up. In fact, 100 had already come up.
a good straight hit there by Valenius Gabriel.
He goes to 20. Edward to Gabriel. Gabriel back, looking to chop it away. And missing outside the off stump. Perhaps a googly. Spinning away from the left-hander. Edward. Continuing. To Gabriel. Gabriel walks across and is struck on the pad. And not out, says umpire Augustine. End of the over, is it?
Yep.
Yes, end of the over. The 8th of the innings. Akel City Blasters sent in by the Craftmasters. They're 103 for 2.
Yes, the Akel City Blasters, certainly they would be very much happy, Claudius, at the position after 8 overs to have gotten 103. So still have some 10 overs remaining and 8 wickets in hand. So there's still a possibility of getting another 100.
Certainly, 200 is well in sight here. Reminding you that in qualifier 2, the team batting first got 290. That's slapped out towards wide, long off. James gets across and keeps it down to the single. Alvinus Simon starting over number 9. 100 and 104. 104 for 2. As Simon will now bowl to Gabriel. Gabriel is looking to swing that away. Struck on the pad, maybe the 5 pad. Single taken. To Edward. Leg by, says umpire McVeigh. 105 it is for 2. The Akel City Blasters going at 12.6. Natrum, 20 from 11, is in strike. Simon to him. Natrum doesn't get hold of that. Hoiking it out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Smith is there. And they pick up 1. 21st run for Stephen Natrum. 106 for 2 it is. As Gabriel coming back into strike. Simon to Gabriel. Gabriel looking to swing it away. Again missing out. Single taken to Donan Edward. 107 for 2. Gabriel missing twice down the leg side.
Yeah, twice down the leg side, so he can consider himself very lucky, Claudius, not to have considered a few boundaries in this over.
Simon to Natrum. Natrum hits that. That's long. That's way over the mid-wicket region. In fact, the straight is long on region. And getting a maximum again, Natrum. But you just sense that it's not coming from the sweet bread. But he's so powerful. He's able to clear the boundary. He goes with the maximum to 27. 113 for 2.
Yeah, this over in particular, Alvinus Simon has bowled quite a few loose deliveries. This is the first that they has really capitalized on.
Comes into Natrum. Natrum is looking to swing that away. Missing. Maybe didn't have the bounce that he was looking for. As Jason Simon, the keeper, picking up end of the over. The 9th of the innings. And we have come to the halfway mark of the innings. And I think the umpires have called for a drinks break. So 113 for 2, reminding you that this is an 18 over encounter. And so we have come to the halfway mark. Let's just bring you the summary of what we have seen so far. So Williams, the overseas player, he got 52 from 17. Natrum, 27 from 14. Together with Gabriel, they're at the crease. Gabriel on 21. 2 wickets for Jules. And we have had a number of drop catches. As the players take a break, we take a break also.
Okay, we have to do it. The guy is back already.
We resume after the break. We're about to see the 10th over. And it's going to be John and Edward to continue. He'll bowl to Vanillius Gabriel. $113 for 2 it is. See, bowls to Gabriel, who drives into the offside. Sweeper Williams comes off the extra cover boundary. And they take 114 for 2. These two teams, of course, contrasting routes to the final. The Akel City Blasters unbeaten. In fact, they dropped just the 1 point when they had a rained off situation. Ended up on 19 points. Chopped away, finds the gap out towards the boundary. Will get all the way. Short and giving him room. Natrum was on top of it and finding the gap between the short third and the backward point. And away to the boundary for 4. He goes to 31, 118 for 2.
Yeah, certainly bisected the two fielders with precision there, Claudius, and getting 4 valuable runs. So after the break, looks like the first one has come off the middle of the bat for Stephen Natrum.
Edward over the wicket to Natrum. Natrum back. It's one that bounces quite a bit and almost has to take evasive action. Jason Simon not taking it. I think it surprised him as well. That one came from nowhere. Dot ball, 118 for 2. Edward to Natrum. Natrum back, plays it fine. Oh, a miss by the diving Alvinus Simon at short third. And the ball going past him into the straight third man boundary for 4. 122 for 2. Natrum going to 35. And Simon missing the dive. But good work by Natrum, playing it a lot later, running it almost from the face of the bat. Way to the boundary for 4. Edward to Natrum. Natrum back, gets another bouncing one, finds Smith on this occasion. And doing good fielding there as it went straight to him. Natrum remains on 35. Edward continuing to Natrum back, hits that out towards the onside, could be a catch. No, that's gone all the way over mid wicket, short, a drag down from the leg spinner and smashed away over the mid wicket boundary for 6. Natrum goes quickly to 41 and the Akel City Blasters at the end of the 10th, 128 for 2.
Yes, very productive over there. Some 15 runs coming off the first over after the resumption of the drinks break. We saw a few deft touches there from Stephen Natrum, but this last one where Donan really needed to close the over. A rank long hop on Stephen Natrum certainly would not have missed out on that opportunity.
Did 41 from 19, so keeping his strike rate above 200. That's what he has done in the series prior to this game. That's what he is doing in this innings. Vanillius Gabriel going at just over a runner ball. Will be in strike to Simon down the leg side, swinging at it and missing out. Umpire McVeigh says leg by. That's the third time we have seen Gabriel miss out on those loose deliveries from Simon. He got a boundary off of Simon's very first delivery on that line, but has not really taken advantage of loose ones. 129 for 2. Simon to Natrum now. Natrum top edge. Could be out. Yes, he is. On the edge of the circle. At short third, it's Don and Edward that is taking the catch. as Stephen Natrum trying to hoik Alvina Simon out of the park, perhaps towards mid-wicket, has taken a top edge to be caught in the circle on the offside. So the fall of the third wicket as Stephen Natrum goes, the City Blasters losing their third in the 11th over.
Yes, certainly the Craftmasters needed to see the back of Stephen Natrum because Williams Gabriel basically going at a runner ball, and Stephen Natrum is the one who's really doing the heavy hitting there. So a good timely breakthrough there by Alvina Simon. Certainly bowled quite a few loose deliveries, but was lucky enough, to have gotten away with, on this occasion was a bit short. Certainly perhaps looking to hit it a bit too hard and getting an outside edge, and Donald Edwards certainly would not have dropped this one.
Yes, and it seemed to have come from the toe end of the bat as well, very low down, so not cueing it well at all. So he's gone for 41, 4 sixes, 3 fours. And well, the Craftmasters, they're dancing away in the Alton Crofton stands. The horns are blaring as McKenny Clark comes in at number 5. A bit of a promotion for him. Goes back and edges past the keeper and will go for 4. I don't think Clark was necessarily aiming for that area, but he will take the boundary. It was outside the off stump, and he played it away from Simon, the keeper, and he got the boundary. 133 for 3. So a good start by Clark as he face Simon again. He's looking to play off the back foot again, this time maybe a half a foot a little wider, and missing out. And the conch shells are very much here at the Francis Babalastic ground. Simon to him, that's gone high. Does it have enough? Yes, it does. Will make the distance. 6 by McKenny Clark in his hitting zone and lofting it. It went very high, but it was long enough, and so good execution from the all-rounder. Clark going to 10 quickly. 139 for 3. We are in the 11th over. Simon again to Clark. Clark is gone high, could be caught. That one is not going to cross the boundary. Somebody's on there. Vince puts it down. Again, it wasn't that difficult. Another City Blasters batter gets alive. The 4th one put down by the Craftmasters. And at the end of the 11th, 141 for 3.
Yes, Vince Smith again making the effort. Cardinal mistake. Claudius looking to catch the ball a bit too low. That ball was up in the air for far too long for him to have attempt to catch that ball below his knee height.
And he had a long time. He settled under it. But the execution in terms of hand position and yes, too low. He took that almost shin height. Needed to be closer to the chest region, and poor execution there by Smith. McKenny Clark getting alive. 141 for 3. The City Blasters going at just under 13.
And speaking of McKenny Clark, remember his last game, he got some 62 runs of 21 deliveries. So he has the ability to hit the ball.
Indeed, and it's a clear ploy by the City Blasters to send him in at this number 5 position because they know how destructive he is. And well, he has gotten off to a flyer, 12 from 4 with the chance. Choiseul Edward being brought back. His first over was very expensive. It went for 29 against Williams. He comes back to Gabriel. Gabriel hits that. Down to long off over the fielder. 6. Trevon James on the boundary, jumping, but it had too much on it. A maximum for Gabriel. He goes to 28. 147 for 3. The boundaries, Greg, there's no let up with them coming from the back.
Choiseul very first delivery in his first over went for 6, and he has started very much the same way again. Real juicy half volley outside the off stump, and Gabriel really latched onto this one.
Edward moving into Gabriel. That's down the leg side, looking to work it away. It comes off of something, not being taken by the keeper. They take one leg by, says umpire Gustin. Edward has picked up 10 wickets. His economy 9.57. Of course, he's a lot more expensive than that tonight. He's already conceded 35 from just 1.2. He'll now face McKenny Clark, or he'll have to bowl to him. And he needs to be in good areas, because what we have seen from McKenny Clark suggests that he's going to be putting bat to ball. The crowd taking in the action. McKenny's strike rate is 205 in the series. 115 runs, including that 62 from less than 20 deliveries in his last innings. And he was responsible for the City Blasters getting to 253. Edward to him. He smashes that. That's, well, it's gone nowhere. He didn't cue it properly. Hitting it into his pad. So much so Edward was able to pick it up in the follow through. He's bowled a dot ball. Perhaps his first in his 1.3 overs. Field change. Alvina Simon comes into the circle from the deep third boundary. So for Edward, long off, long on, deep extra cover, deep point, deep mid wicket. He comes into Clark. Clark hits that in the air. Could be caught. The fielder coming around. No, it will fall safely. He'll pick it up on the bounce. Smith not able to get hold of it, or get near it, I should say. As Clark looking to go maybe over extra cover. Outer portion of the bat, low down. And dropping short of the fielder coming off the boundary. Clark gets the single, goes to 15, 149 for 3. Left-handed Gabriel comes into strike. Edward from the northern end to Gabriel. Gabriel hits that along the ground out towards the mid-wicket fielder, Junior Henry. Gets his body in the way, and they take one. The 150 coming up for the City Blasters. We are in the 12th over, and they have lost 3 wickets.
Yes, certainly good platform that has been set for yes to perhaps get to 210, 220.
Which would be a competitive total. Edward moving into Clark. Clark, full toss, hits that out of the park. Oh, that's gone high, that's gone long, that's gone into the cemetery. A poor delivery from Choiseul Edwards, smashed away by McKenny Clark. Oh, goes to 19, and it's 156 for 3 after 12.
So Choiseul certainly did not have the best of stats in the over, and certainly could not close it off. Nice juicy full toss, and was begging to be hit. So at this stage of the game, certainly want to be bowling much tighter than this Claudia, but really he has lost the plot. 2 overs for 43 runs.
Yes, and very disappointing from the Choiseul Edward point of view, because prior to this game he had put in good solid all-round performances for the Craftmasters, but I guess just the manner in which Williams attacked him seemed to have thrown him off his execution. And McKenny Clark and Gabriel here just adding salt to the wounds. 156 for 3. 13 runs per over the City Blasters going at. Simon to start the 12th. Reminding you this is the 13th. It's an 18 over game. Gabriel is looking to hoik that down the ground. Playing and missing. So Simon in his final over, 1 for 27. So the off spin have been given 4. Of course, 3 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 4. Gabriel hoiks that away. All the way. 6 over square leg. Simon short and not necessarily down the leg side, but giving him the length to be able to go back and get under it and swing it away for a maximum over square leg. The left-hander going to 35, and the total 162 for 3 as we have another ball change.
Yes, on this occasion, we could say Vanillas Gabriel's full time lucky because the previous overs, Glorious, we saw 2 of them angling down the leg side. This one was not exactly down the leg side, but it just sat up enough that he could have gotten on and deposited it into the cemetery. So certainly they are continuing to take advantage of some loose bowling there by the Craftmasters.
Indeed, at times it's too easy really for the City Blasters, who have a lot of batting still to come. Jaden Elibox, Kensley Paul, Magaran Shulet, Kyle Adonis, Tyler Venner, Dylan John, all of those waiting, raring to come out from the dugout. 3 wickets are down. Simon continues. Gabriel, swing and a miss outside off. Wide signal. Umpire Cuthbert McVeigh spreading their arms. 163 for 3. Nice crowd. Loving the action. The combination of SPL 6. Play and a miss by Gabriel. Outside the off stump. And Simon able to produce a dot ball. This is his final over. So he moves into Vanillas Gabriel. Gabriel is swinging it away. Williams has it covered. Misfields, it comes off his body and he's able to recover while they take an additional run. 165 for 3. Vanillas Gabriel being gifted a run, goes to an extra run, goes to 37. He's in strike. Simon to him. He's swinging that. Could be a catch to Williams. Oh, he takes it and composes himself to complete the catch. So good work from young Janil Williams. Gabriel is just checking with the umpires to see if it's clean. I think it is. Williams taking it and in the momentum taking him over the boundary. But he had the presence of mind to release it back into play and to come back to complete the catch. So good stuff here from Janil Williams as we see the end of Vanillas Gabriel. And success number 4 for the Craftmasters. 165 now for 4.
Yeah, well judged catch there by Janil Williams on the boundary, and it's almost common thing for the players nowadays because they do practice it quite a bit. So it was no surprising that he was able to pull it off.
As we look at it again, swung away by Gabriel. Williams had to judge it, took the catch, and then the momentum taking him over the boundary and then releasing it and coming back into play to take it, and of course ecstatic for his good work.
Yes, so Vanillas Gabriel going for 47, 3 fours and 3 sixes, 123 his strike rate.
As Eli Box comes in, short delivery, hooked away, could be another catch for Williams. Oh, low down taken. Oh, Williams has 2 in 2, and Jaden Eli Box has come and gone, and success number 5 for the Craftmasters. And Janil Williams, well, one delivery, he was being berated for poor fielding, but he has come back with 2 successive catches from the next 2 deliveries. The City Blasters 165 for 5 at the end of 13.
Yes, Jaden Elibox certainly long hop and really picking the player, Janil Williams, and taking this one low down, but it was a well-judged catch in the end. So good work there by the young under-19 player, really teaching the more senior persons in the person of Vince Smith how to go about doing the catching.
Yes, very nice soft hands. The first one, judged it well, came back to take the rebound and taking this one low down. My word, in a Choiseul shirt, guess who is working
Kian
away
Gaston
at the drums? Kian Gaston. And nice to see that, Greg Wilson. The SPL fever is taking everybody. Of course, Kian Gaston, the captain of, well, the standing captain for the Monaco Pioneers, who were knocked out, didn't make the final four, but he's very much in the crowd and enjoying the game and taking part in the celebrations, creating a nice atmosphere. Magaran Shulet, the batter, coming in at number 7, as Edward will start the 14th over, and he's gonna bowl to Clark. Clark drives. That's gone. Well, I lost that. That's gone to extra cover, 4 runs to the right of Jules in the circle and away from the long off fielder on the boundary. And good stroke there from Clark. 25, 169 for 5. Clark showing it's not just about hitting maximums. He can hit a nice drive along the ground for 4 as well.
Yes, this one was right in the arc. Nice half volley. Driven firmly, but I think even Kirsten Jones may have lost it as well, Claudius, because when it left the bat, we never saw it.
Yes, it was hit so well. Edward in his third over moves into Clark. Clark is looking to go big. It's wide. It's 2 wide, says umpire Augustine. And 1 more is added to the total. 170 for 5. The Kell City Blasters going at just under 13. This has the makings of a really good game. Don and Edward to McKenny Clark. Short. Clark hits it hard into the ground. Straight to Jules though. And Craftmasters captain on the edge of the circle at wide mid-off. So there's no run. 14th over in progress. Edward to Clark. Clark is looking to work it away. Struck on the pad. And Simon picking up at the short point region. Clark here going from outside the off stump, looking to access the onside field. Just the 3 fielders there. It's a packed offside field to the leg spinner. Clark, the right-hander, looking to take advantage of vacant areas in the field. 3 deliveries left in the over. Edward moving in to McKenny Clark. Clark is hitting that. That's gone high. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. Straight over the bowler's head. And another maximum for McKenny Clark. Goes to 29. 176 for 5.
Yes, this one slightly back of a length when it was hit straight as an eye over the bowler's head for 4. So 2 4s and 3 6s there for McKenny Clark. 263 his strike rate. So certainly going at a healthy rate, Claudius.
At a more than a healthy rate. Edward to Clark. Clark back. Hits that. That's gone again. That's another one. Even bigger. That has cleared the players' pavilion. A stupendous shot from Clark. It was short. He went back and smashed it over the long off fielder. Showing his range. Showing that he can hit a long ball. And getting the boundary with regularity. He goes to 35. 182 for 5. Edward again. Clark is edging and take a good catch. Oh, good catch by Avina Simon. It was low. It was to his left and he took it 2-handed, making amends for one he put down earlier. At the end of McKenny Clark, outside edge, and Avina Simon on the edge of the circle at short third came across and took it nicely. End of Clark. 182 now for 6.
Yeah, Clark going for 45. 45 of, is it 16 deliveries? 14 deliveries across here. So certainly a good cameo there played by McKenny Clark. Hitting some 4 6s and 2 4s, strike rate of 269. So certainly he has done what was expected of him.
Indeed. As Kensley Paul comes out. And what did you make of the catch, Greg Wilson?
Yeah, it was a good catch actually. Towards the end, the right hand actually came off, but it was a well-judged catch because it was deep in and to the left of the fielder.
Indeed. McKenny Clark joins Shulet. Shulet yet to face. Been having to come in at the loss of Jaden Elibox, who came and gone quickly. So both batters on not. Kensley Paul, who normally bats in the top order, today coming in at number 8. Of course, it's a situation thing with the big hitters coming before him. Clark with a breezy knock of 35, just been dismissed. Kirsten Jules brings himself back on for his third. He has 2 for 19. This is the 15th over. Jules to Choulette. Choulette back, wants a single, but has to go back. Paul also wanting the single. So 182 for 6. So this is the 15th over. So 3 left after this one. The play reduced to 18 overs aside because of rain at the scheduled start. Jules to Choulette. Choulette is not able to score as he plays it back to Jules. He has kept things tight as this over starts. It's the 15th and 182 for 6. Jules again to Choulette. Choulette looking to chop it away, does so, and will get the boundary. Short and wide and chopped away by Magara, and Choulette away to the left hand of the backward point fielder Bronte Bess, and Choulette getting off the mark. 186 for 6.
A good execution there by Choulette, but Kirsten Jules would be disappointed with that last delivery.
Giving too much width. He comes in again to Choulette. Choulette is swinging and missing. Well, it's actually just about the same line and length as the previous one, but on this occasion he missed out. He is not happy with himself as it stays 186 for 6. Jules to Choulette. Choulette is hitting that but not getting hold of it. It goes back towards Jules, who knocks it down with the boot maybe and completing the fielding away into the offside. Fairly happy I think he would be. He has bowled 4 dot balls in the over, just the 1 boundary considered. Can he finish it well? To Choulette. Choulette smashes it along the ground, out towards long on correction. And it's Atenes, who's got no number on his back. Fielding, of course, Atenes a late inclusion in the Craftmasters team, getting 100 for them in qualifier 2. End of the over, 15th, 187 for 6 it is.
Yes, good end to the 15th over there by Kirsten Jules, only conceding 5 runs. So Kirsten Jules certainly has bowled very well, bowling his 3 overs, 2 for 24. I mean, all the carnage that we have seen, he was the one who really initiated the breakthrough and continued to keep things tight.
Indeed. Bronte Bess been brought back. Let's look at the options for Kirsten Jules. So Bess is at 1, that cost 21. Edward 2, 43. Jules has had 3. Alvina Simon has bowled his 4. Williams 2, Edward 2. Bess starts to McGarren Choulette, who misses outside the off stump. Wide signal. So starting wide there, Bronte Bess. And 1 to the total. 188 for 6 it is. 2 overs are left after this one. This is the final of SPL 6. Craftmasters in the field. Driven out towards the onside and will go for the boundary. Trevor James not able to come to his right. And a boundary to Choulette. He goes to 9. 192 for 6. And the big policeman, well, he has not middled everything, but will back himself to continue to clear the boundary. And of course, on a few occasions to find it. 192 it is for 6. Bess. 1 for 20, none for 28. At the start of his second over. And difficulty in retrieving the ball. Normally it happens when it goes out of the park. This one eventually retrieved. Stayed in the playing area. And
well, the ball may very well have gone for some treatment, Claudius. It was lodged somewhere close to the ambulance.
yes, and it has received the battering throughout the innings. Bess continues to Choiseul. Choiseul is swinging and missing. It's a good one from Bess. It's full. And it's landing about the batting crease. And going past the bat.
Yes, at this stage, Claudius, I think Choiseul needs to get ball to bat. Because he's, 9 from 8. He has missed quite a few deliveries there.
He has. Bess will, of course, want him to continue missing. As he comes into Choiseul. Choiseul is striking it, but it goes very slowly down to long off for a single. And Atten is doing the fielding. 193 for 6. Kensley Paul comes in to strike. And Bess will want to continue to keep things tight. This is the 16th over. We're midway through it. Paul was close to 200 runs in aggregate in the competition. 198 is. Best to him. Pop all them! Oh, Paul playing across the line and will stay on an aggregate of 198 because he has not troubled the scorer's head tonight. A 7th wicket by the Craftmasters. Bronte Bess gets the wicket of the left-hander. He was gone for a duck. And really a poor stroke there from young Hensley Paul. And Kensley Paul, correction. I don't think Hensley Paul would be too happy with the stroke. 197 for 3.
Yes, certainly this one he should have presented a straighter bat. Perhaps look to access long on, long off. But on this occasion, looking to go across the line, perhaps in the cow corner region. And he was comprehensively bowled. So the Craftmasters are continuing to do good work in the sense, Claudius. There's no setbacks towards the back end of the inning. So nobody can go helter-skelter at this stage. So this is a good thing for the Craftmasters at this point in time.
Indeed, the City Blasters, they have lost wickets steadily. Williams was going great guns but got dismissed after the half century. Natrum was going great guns, didn't get to the half century. And McKenny Clark got to 35, didn't go on. So that has been the story for the City Blasters. Good starts, but nobody has really taken the thing by the scruff of the neck. Best to the new batter. A good one, looking to drive Kyle Adonis. The man coming in, playing and missing. As Best has found a good line and length in his recent deliveries in this over.
Yes, certainly considered a boundary in his first legal delivery, but since then he has really pulled things back very nicely.
And that W there, the wicket of Paul. Best to Adonis. Adonis drives. That's gone out. Could be a catch. Teapots Henry. Oh, doesn't take it. It was low down. They'll come back for the second. The return coming into Simon, who breaks the stumps. But umpire McVeigh is not giving that. So Adonis arriving back for the second. 195 for 3. A difficult one to Junior Henry coming off the extra cover boundary and just not able to hold on as the batters came back for the second. End of the 16th, 195 for 7.
Again, Claudius, another chance gonna begin. This is what the 5th catch they have put down this evening. But the Akel City Blasters 195, and with 2 overs remaining, they certainly would hope they could get an additional 15 to 20 more runs.
Jules bringing himself on. As we start the penultimate over. Shulet down the leg side looking to work at it. And we'll get the single. A leg by, says the umpire. So Joe's bringing himself on. This is the 17th. And so Joe's bowling his final one. One of the three who's going to bowl 4. Comes in to Adonis. Adonis hits that. That's long. That's coming towards us. And that has hit the roof of the building in which we are located at the southern end of the Francis Babalastic ground. 200 coming up with the maximum. Kyle Adonis smashing Jules over long on for 6. And what a way to bring up the 200 for the City Blasters.
Yes, this one certainly was right in the slot there to Kyle Adonis and did not need a second invitation. As you indicate, perfect way to bring up the 200. So Claudius with some 10 deliveries left. The City Blasters, they would hope they could get an additional 18 to 20 more runs. I think 220 would be perhaps minimum what they would be hoping for at this stage.
Indeed. Well, reminding you that we had 518 in total in qualifier 2. And, City Blasters already past the 200 mark. How many more can they get? We continue. Jules to Adonis. Adonis hits that. That's gone high. Could be a catch to Teapots Henry, who's under it. Oh, and doesn't take it. Oh my, oh my. Catch number 6 going down by the Craftmasters. And Teapots Henry has not taken that. The previous one was difficult. This one wasn't all that difficult. Did the hard work. Got there. But the hands were just too low. And to the ground it went. Alive for Adonis, who got 2. In strike again. Smashes that. Could be another catch. Who's behind this one? No, that will fall safely. Smith going back. Keeping it away from the boundary. 2 to Adonis. He goes into double figures. Deeper into double figures. It's 12. 206 for 7. The catching efficiency by the Craftmasters has not been good. Jules to Adonis. Adonis hits that out towards James, who comes across. The ricochet will go. No, it doesn't go into the boundary. He recovers. And they come back for 2. Adonis doing it in couples in this over. 3 successive couples for him. 208 for 7. Craftmasters put down 7 in qualifier 1. They have put down 6 in the final. Jules to Adonis, swing and a miss. End of the over. And 17 completed. 208 for 7. The City Blasters, well, they have lived the charmed innings with those 6 chances. They're going at 12.24.
Yes, certainly productive over. Nevertheless, with them, Claudia, some 14 runs coming off the over. And if they can get the 12 in the last over, that would get them to 220. I think they pretty much can be satisfied with, although you always want more runs. But I think this is something to work with in just 18 overs.
Greg Wilson, you talk about satisfaction on this belter. I think you need to have 250 plus to really be safe, because we have seen teams batting second get to 200. And so, but this final over is important. The question is, how many can they get off of Bronte Bess, who comes in to Shulet. Shulet gets one that is full, plays it away, and goes through the fielder. James not able to cut it off. Coming from long on, he went to his right, and it went past him for 4. 212 for 7. Shulet going to 14. And not a good start to the over for Bess. Adonis giving away his helmet. Is at the non-striker's end. Shulet is the one in strike. Best to him. Choulette is getting a full one. Squeezes it out. Where does it go? To long on. James is picking it up. It went straight to him. It wasn't traveling that quickly. 213 for 7. Adonis into strike. He's 14 from 7. 4 deliveries are left in the first innings of the final in SPL 6. Best to Adonis. Adonis swings it away. Could be a catch to the third. No, it's going to fall on the bounce. Oh, almost spun away from him. But in the end, Alvin Simon, I think he read the bounce well in the end. And was able to cut it off. Just a single. 214 for 7. Choulette back into strike. Can he finish big for the City Blasters to bring it to 230, even 240? Best looking to keep things tight to Choulette. Choulette is hitting it hard into the ground, over the head of the bowler. Out towards the long off fielder. And it's Atenes doing the fielding. 1 taken. So not bad from Bess. 7 from the first 4 deliveries of the over. 215 for 7. Adonis back in strike. Two deliveries left in the innings. Best to Adonis. Adonis is swinging that. Doesn't get hold of it at all. Will only get a single to Williams coming from near the umpire at square leg. 216 for 7. So yes, it's 18 overs. So this is not running away from the Craftmasters by any means. 12.1 per over. That's manageable. So we are in for a good final. Best to complete the first innings to Adonis. No, in fact, it's Choulette. Hits it out to the sweeper. They look to get the second. The return will come in, but it's over the head of Simon and has to be backed up. And they'll get an additional 1. 3 in the end. Best hits the ball into the ground in disgust. Not happy with the work by his teammates there to complete the innings. 18 completed at the end of the first innings. The Akel City Blasters 219 for 7 from their 18. And Adonis remaining 16 not out. Choulette 19 not out. And the target is going to be 220 for the Choiseul Credit Union Craftmasters for them to get, if they are to get to the championship in SPL 6. Greg Wilson, your thoughts on the first 18 overs of the final?
Well, I thought that the Akel City Blasters, they went out with a bang, especially Washad Williams, who really had a flyers. 2 overs, he had already gotten the Blasters to 50 runs. But again, he was not able to continue. Stephen Natram again had a good start, unable to continue. Williams Gabriel really struggled in patches. But I felt the Craftmasters did very well, Claudius, in the sense that towards the back end of the inning, they ensured that there was not an established batter there. Because had the Blasters have an established batter there, they perhaps would have gotten to 240, closer to 250. As you didn't get 220 runs to get in 18 overs. I think it's very manageable. Less than 30 runs on overs from what we have seen right here at the Babalastic grounds.
Indeed. In fact, at one stage, they were 50 after 2 overs. So 219. Well, not a bad effort, not bad work by the Craftmasters at all. Let's give you the summary. So Williams 52 from 17, Natram 41 from 20, and Gabriel 37. The main contributors. Wickets for the Craftmasters, 3 for 36, Alvina Simon, and Jules getting 2, 1 for Don and Edward. So 220 is the target for the Choiseul Craftmasters. They need to go at 12.2 if they are to become the champions of SPL for the second time in their history. That's where we take a break, as we are in the mid-match situation.
So we Saturday that shows us what as we get ready for April and it's lovely after the show. Well, how you feel tonight is finally the tournament. How are you tonight?
I am so proud of my guys. As you know, we came from at the bottom of the table, and we're up there. That was to show determination, hard work, and teamwork. Don't give up. We just find out how to start the rest.
Well said, well said. So we're gonna find out who is victorious after that second inning. We're gonna go ahead and join the halftime show as we get ready for Imran.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Imran Daddy on the track with me.
party. Everybody just make a little noise, please. Let me make sure that it's a performance. Let's test that again. Everybody, let me make a little noise, please.
We are back for the chase. And it's going to be Jason Simon and Alec Atenes. And they are the two who are going to start off things for the Craftmasters. The target is 220. And they've got 18 overs in which to get them. They need to go at just about 12.2. And it's going to be Dylan John who's going to start it. We saw Atenes Greg Wilson with 100 in the previous game. Qualifier 2 it was. And this is a man in form, and they would want him to have a good start. But it's going to be Jason Simon who is going to take the very first ball. And Dylan John will start with a solitary slip. Balls outside the off stump. And Simon allows it to go. So Simon has been in good form of late for the Craftmasters. 252 runs in aggregate. Strike rate of just under 197. So he has gotten them to decent starts. Dylan John. Just a 5 wickets economy, 10.42. Coming into Simon. Simon chops it away, finds the gap. 4. Good start by Simon. Just using the pace of Dylan John there. Was wide of off stump. And finding the gap between McKinney Clark at the slip position and Tyler Venner on the edge of the circle. And away into the boundary for 4. Good start by Jason Simon. He gets Craftmasters going with a boundary.
Yes, certainly indeed. Just using the pace of Dylan John and just bisecting the two fielders there. So they are off and running. 4 without loss.
Deep extra cover and long off for Dylan John, who comes into Simon. Simon hits it hard into the ground on the bounce. Jaden Elibox taking the catch. Spectator's catch. Dot ball in the books. It stays 4 without loss. These two needed a good start for the Craftmasters.
Yes, certainly they would, because they are two informed batters. We have seen them have good contribution in the second qualifiers for the Choiseul Craftmasters.
John to Simon. Simon gets a very wide one. Called wide by umpire Augustine. As the total goes up by 1 to 5 without loss. So Craftmasters and the City Blasters, they have both played 2 finals of SPL in its 6 years of existence. Craftmasters, they have won 1 championship, so has the City Blasters. So have the City Blasters. So it's sort of even Stevens between the two. John to Simon. Simon hits it back towards long off. We'll get a single. Slapping it away. Maybe looking to go perhaps a lot squarer, but it ended up at long off. Gabriel was there. And a 5th run for Simon as the Craftmasters go to 6 without loss. As the left-handed Alec Atenes comes in to strike. Atenes, an innings of 138 in his last game against the Soufred Titans right here in qualifier 2, stamping his authority in his solitary appearance for the Craftmasters, a replacement for David Livingston, the Trinidadian, who's gone back home. Can Atenes produce anything similar to what he did last Sunday? John moves into Atenes. First delivery Down the leg side, missing out. Wide call. John not on target. And Athanaze, if anything, going a little too far outside the off stump and missing.
Yes, I think certainly it was a premeditated shot with the man on the point boundary and the long off. You really move across the off stump looking to access the onside, but really move too wide outside the off stump and really missing out on an opportunity to score some runs.
Alec Athanaze was able to be very measured in his shot execution on Sunday. We didn't see the fancy flicks, the reverse hits and the scoops. He batted orthodoxly. Can he do so tonight? John to him. It's again down the leg side, wide called. And Dylan John in the wrong area here as the total goes to 8 without loss.
Well, it looks like it's a plan, Claudius, because they have noticed Athanaze is moving outside the off stump. So I don't know where a question you're looking to bowl him down the leg side. But every time he has bowled, you could see the reaction between John and McKenny Clark. So obviously there's something that they're working on.
It could be that Athanaze is getting inside of his stumps. They want to maybe pluck out his leg stump. John moving in to Athanaze. Athanaze is struck on the pad, a big one and given. Oh my! That was straight. It was dead. And Dylan John has produced an absolute beauty that has trapped Athanaze on the crease, playing across the line. Umpire Ali Augustine raising the index finger. What a big wicket from Dylan John. Athanaze goes without scoring. It is 8 for 1 in the first over.
Again, Claudius, Athanaze will look, from what we have seen, all three deliveries that he has faced, he is looking to access the onside because that whole area is vacant. But on this occasion, really completely played across the line and was hit dead in front. As we look at the replay.
John coming in. Oh, that's dead. Oh, you Alec Athanaze almost trapped as he has gotten inside of his wicket. That ball hitting the right pad. And oh my, that was an easy decision by the umpire. Alec Athanaze goes without scoring.
And how the game of cricket can be a level of Claudius. Last game 148 and this time didn't trouble the scorers.
Well, hero 1, game 0 the next.
Very much so.
Junior Teapots Henry at the top of the tree in aggregate in SPL 6 is perched on 399 runs. He comes in at number 3 and needs to produce a top knock here for the Craftmasters. John looking for more success. Will bowl first delivery to Henry. Henry is hooking. Will get all the way for 6. Short. And Junior Teapots Henry latched onto it. Maybe not coming from the middle, but swiveling around nicely and getting it away. And a maximum for him. End of the over. A very eventful one. 14 for 1. But Dylan John will walk away. An elongated over with 3 wides. But I don't think Dylan John would mind because he's come away with a big wicket of Athanaze.
Oh, most certainly. Not able to close the over, as you say. But getting the wicket of Athanaze, a man who got 148 in his last game, to have him trapped LBW for naught, I think you would take that any day.
Absolutely. Teapots Henry with the 6 crossing the 400 mark in terms of aggregate. 405 to the man Teapots Henry. Gone past in the previous game, of course, Tariq Edward on 369. Henry, well, could possibly push for the most valuable player in the competition with a good knock here. He's the leading scorer. And can he put a good innings of 50 or even close to 100 to carry the Craftmasters across the line? Shulet starts to Simon. Simon looking to chop it away and not making contact. And it's into the gloves of Stephen Natrum, Choulette, coming in for over number 2. And using the new ball, he has picked up 8 wickets, economy 9. Comes into Simon. Simon is getting a wide dish delivery. Not wide, says umpire McVeigh. And into the gloves of Natrum. So the question is, given the contribution that Atenez made to the Craftmasters in the last game, whether they have the ability to rally and respond from his early loss. Choulette to Simon. Simon smashes it down the ground. Can the fielder come across? No, he can't. And into the boundary for 4. Looks like it was a pace-off delivery from Choulette. And Simon had to wait on it for a while, but did so. And he hit it past the bowler. It was airborne, but he was not able to get a hand to it. Clark was not able to come around from long off. Simon gets another boundary. He's second. He goes to 9. It's 18 for 1.
Yes, good execution there by Jason Simon. Pace off delivery and really hitting it straight back past Choulette and getting 4 valuable runs.
Choulette continues to Simon again. Simon hits that on the bounce to the fielder mid on. Vanillius Gabriel not able to hold on. And the ricochet going into the boundary at long on for 4. It was airborne, a bit of an awkward bounce to him, but he got there and just didn't hold on. And so a boundary to Simon. He goes to 13. It's 22 for 1. Choulette continues. Simon bails out of the stroke. It's short. It's outside the off stump. Umpire McVeigh says one above the shoulder for the over. 22 for 1 it is.
Yes, good bounce there by Margaret Choulette on this occasion. But Jason Simon opting to bail out of the shot. So Choulette would want to close off the over. He has considered 2 boundaries, although the second one was fortuitous.
Comes in again to Simon. Simon, short delivery. Looks like the second one in the over, quite rightly so. Umpire McVeigh saying no ball, and I think he's right, because the previous ball he had signaled one above the shoulder. So no ball call. 23 for 1. Simon gets himself a free hit.
Yes, certainly a bit of poor bowling there by Margaret Choulette. Bowling consecutive balls over the shoulder. Certainly he should have been aware that the previous delivery he was given the signal. 1 in the over.
One perhaps that got out of his grasp. Comes in. Simon with a free hit. Hits it high. It will possibly be taken by Edward, who puts it down, but it was a free hit. The crowd is not aware of that. They come back for 2. And Simon getting 2. 25 for 1 it is. After the second, the Craftmasters, they are on course. They are going at 12.5.
Yes, certainly they are keeping up with the run rate. But Claudius, a lot would ride on this partnership if the Craftmasters have to chase down this total successfully.
Indeed. We saw Simon get off to a flyer together with Atenez in the previous game. And as you look at the Craftmasters batting, certainly one would agree that these 2 are critical, with James, Vince, Edward Smith, that is, Edward to come. Dylan John starts to Henry. Delivery that's outside the off stump. It's over the head of the slip fielder, but it had come from the ground, being squeezed under the bat of Henry. Henry has had a productive series with the bat. 405 his aggregate. Strike rate of 181.6. 200s, 2 half centuries. A man who has been in form. And for the from the Choiseul Craftmasters point of view, as we It appears that we have a ball change. Something may be going wrong with the ball. Junior Teapots Henry Greg Wilson needing to bat for a long time for the majority of the remaining overs in this innings.
Yes, certainly. As you did indicate, he has got 2 centuries already, and one of those centuries was right here. So he should have fond memory of this. And more so, Claudius, the wicket has been a true wicket. There's nothing much has changed. So if he just play true to form, and as you indicate, back deep into the inning, he certainly can put his team in a very good position to pull up the victory this evening.
And of course, with him is Jason Simon. We were just showing you the batting order. Let's show you that again. With these two to come, Trevor James, Smith, Edward, Jules, Best, Simon, Edward, and Williams. But you just think that it's going to be these two and Trevor James to come next would be the 3 that the Craftmasters would depend on heavily and would want them to lay a good platform. This is the 3rd over. Dylan John, the wicket taker, the big wicket of Atenes, out for a duck. Will move into Henry. Henry is swiveling and playing that nicely to backward square leg for 4. Oh, that was nicely played. Swung around nicely, swiveling like a merry-go-round, and he hit that merrily as well with some flair. He goes into double figures, Henry. 29 for 1 it is. A poor delivery from John.
Yes, poor delivery indeed, but good execution there by Teapot Henry on one leg a la Gordon Greenwich, and this one really disappeared quickly into the boundary.
Indeed. Deep extra cover. And where's the other boundary rider? Is that square leg? So Dylan John maybe wanting to invest in a short one at some point in the over. Comes into Henry. Henry is driving. Oh, top stroke. That's gone 1 bounce. Extra cover boundary in the slot. And with a lovely swing of the bat, Henry has smashed that away into the extra cover boundary, to the right of the extra cover, and away to the boundary for 4. He goes to 14, 33 for 1. And Junior Teapots Henry is the sort of batsman, if he gets going, he's going to entertain this crowd. Very eye-catching strokes from him.
Yes, most certainly. We saw that especially in the game in Choiseul, where he had the crowd behind him, and he really played some very much enterprising shots down at Choiseul. It was, to me, one of the best knocks that I've seen in a very long time.
Indeed, he got 143 and a man in form. Can he go all the way and take the Craftmasters across the line? John moving in to Henry. Henry is back in defense. We'll get a quick single to Williams at extra cover. Full of energy, Henry getting his 15th run. 34 for 1 it is. Simon comes in to strike. In fact, Henry has joined Simon on 15. We are in the 3rd over. The Craftmasters going at 12.75. Their fans very buoyant in the Alton Crafton stand. To our right, on the eastern part of the Francis Babalastic ground, we are in Groseley, St. Lucia. Dylan John comes into Simon. Simon is playing and missing to one outside the off stump, and it goes through to Natrum. Reminding you that it's an 18 over contest. The City Blasters, the Akel City Blasters, they got to 219 for 7 from the 18. With a half century from Reichton Williams, 41 from Natrum, and 37 from Gabriel, 35 from Clark. John to Simon. Simon hooks it away. Could be caught. Yes, he is. Oh, that's an easy catch to Theo Edward on the edge of the circle at backward square leg. A bit of a powder puff stroke from Jason Simon. Didn't get hold of it, looking maybe to just help it away. But found Theo Edward on the edge of the circle. And the end therefore of Jason Simon caught Edward. Bold John was picked up his second wicket. And in the third over, the end of it, 34 for 2, the Craftmasters.
Yeah, certainly that would be a big body blow there struck there by Dylan John. Jason Simon going for 15. He had already struck some free balls. So certainly the Craftmasters would have a bit of consolidating to do, but at the same time they still need to keep up with the rate.
Absolutely. Trevor James, the new batter, is coming in. And he's not going to face. It's going to be Henry who will face as the new batter. So James, the man from Trinbago, comes in at number 4. And it's going to be Shulet to come in for his second over. First one costing 11. But it's going to be Henry in strike. Shulet moves into Henry. Henry is looking to hoik it away. Didn't get hold of it. And the ball being picked up by Edward Theo. He's coming from the mid-wicket position. So 34 for 2 it is. This is the 4th over. Choiseul Craftmasters that is. They have been pegged back in terms of their rate of scoring. It's now down to 10.7. Shuler continues to Henry. Henry is hooking or attempting to do so. And missing. It's down the leg side. But it's not high enough to be signaled as above the shoulder. But Shulet clearly going short here against Henry.
Well, certainly they must have done their homework, Claudius. And remember, these guys are playing with each other. Shulet last year, I think, played for the Choiseul Craftmasters.
Long off goes to the boundary. Looking to hook it away through square leg. 4 runs. Edward not able to cut it off. Again, Shulet going short. And Henry getting hold of it on this occasion. Hitting it to the left of the square leg fielder. And away to the boundary for 4. Henry goes to 19. It's 38 for 2. We are in the 4th over.
Yes, on this occasion, the 2 previous delivery, he attempted the pull shot, but on this occasion got full hold of it and getting 4 valuable runs.
Midway in the 4th over. Shulet moves into Henry. Henry drives. That's gone high. That's going to go to the boundary. 1 bounce at extra cover. Wide there was Shulet and maybe pace off. But with no man on the boundary, on the offside, it was a free hit really for Junior Henry, who cashed in as it's gone to 23 and it's 42 for 2.
Yeah, poor bit of execution there by Shulet with no one sweeping the offside. A pace of delivery wide outside the awesome was begging to be hit. So really, as you did indicate, it was just a free hit. So poor bit of bowling there by Shulet, but well executed in the end there by Junior Henry.
Fielder comes inside the circle at mid-wicket. Deep cover now posted. Shulet to Henry. Henry, top edge. Will go safely. Will go to the boundary. As Dylan John is not going to cut that off. Again going short or back to the short stuff. And Junior Henry capitalizing for another boundary. He goes to 27 and it's 46 for 2.
Yeah, so 3 consecutive boundaries there, and with 1 delivery left, Magaran Shulet would want to end this over on a good note. 27 of just 10 deliveries there for Junior Henry.
5 4s and 1 6 already. Henry chops that away. Long run for the man Paul. Does good work. Keeps it away from the boundary. but will not prevent the second as Henry comes back. End of the over, a productive one for Henry and the Craftmasters. They go to within 2 of the half century. 4 overs have been completed. Henry goes to 29. The Craftmasters going at exactly 12.
Yeah, 14 of the over there, good productive over for Margaret Chulette. We saw a number of deliveries where he was sort of back of a length and seemed to be deployed there to Junior Henry. So they looking at the worms, Claudius, the Craftmaster worms still have not really caught up to that of the City Blasters, because we had that frenetic start there by Rashawn Williams.
So the City Blasters ahead in terms of the runs per over at a similar stage. Craftmasters were below that of the City Blasters. Dylan John to come in for his third over. He's picked up 2 already, 2 for 23 from his 2. And he will bowl to James, who's about to face his first delivery. John from the northern end to James. James is hitting that down the ground for 4. Pitched up, and James opening up and finding that in his arc and smashing it to the right of the mid-off fielder, over the head of the bowler really, and away to the boundary for 4. So James off the mark with the boundary, and the 50 coming up for the Craftmasters at the start of the 5th over.
Yeah, well executed shot there, just camping on the back foot, just clearing up the left pad and hitting this one beautifully back past the bowler for 4.
John again to James. James is hitting that high. That will be a boundary. Could go all the way. Yes, it does. Over extra cover. Again, opening the body, spreading the left leg towards the onside, and allowing the bat to come and lift that. A full delivery outside off stump, all the way over extra cover for 6. James off in a hurry. He's gone to double figures from his second delivery, and it's 58 for 2.
Again, Claudius, he has already cleared the left leg, so that should indicate to Dylan John that he is either waiting for those pitch up delivery or the short delivery. So certainly not good execution there by Dylan John.
No adjustment from John and paying the price. He'll move in again to James. James, short delivery, played strangely towards the offside. Maybe Fox there by a change of pace. Almost went to a lie box coming in from point. It fell short of him in the end. And the dot ball. James lucky there. Didn't handle that one all that well. Or maybe just confusing the type of stroke that he wanted to execute.
I think the ball got bigger than he expected as well.
58 for 2. Midway in the 5th over. Dylan John moving in to James. James is leading edge, but away from John. Wants a single. He's stranded. Could be run out. But the throw is not good from Gabriel. And well, maybe needed perhaps to wait for Natrum to get to the stumps. Natrum was standing back, or had to have gone for a direct hit.
Yeah, I think the direct hit was what was needed. I think we waited a while to see if Natrum would have gotten to the stumps, but Natrum was certainly too far back to have gotten there in time. So he should have gone for the direct hit, because you had Natrum backing up and you had Theo Edward.
Yes. In the end, the indecision allowing James to get a let off. Stays 58 for 2. James is 10. 2 deliveries are left in the 5th over. John moving in again to James. James hits that in the air, will fall safely. A close thing there. Gabriel coming forward and not able to make a catch of it, but it stayed in the air a while. Single to James. The last 3 deliveries, he has really not looked in control. Was in control for the first 2 of the over, He gets a single, goes to 11. It's 59 for 2, one delivery left in the fifth. Henry comes in to strike.
Yes, certainly James has been living a charm life with the last 3 deliveries. And he was more trouble for the back of the lane deliveries.
Seems to be more comfortable with the fuller length ones. John will bowl to Henry. Henry could be out. No, he's not going to go to the keeper. Came high up from maybe the back of the bat, but not able to go towards Natrum, who picked it up on the bounce. Henry not in control at the end of the fifth over. He remains on 29. It's 59 for 2. The Craftmasters going for 220.
Yeah, the first 2 deliveries in this over, we saw 2 convincing shot, Claudius, but the last 4 deliveries, they were 4 eventful deliveries. They almost had a wicket in every delivery in the last 4.
Yes, we'll have to say good comeback from Dylan John as we look at the over-by-over comparison.
Yes, certainly we've seen the Craftmasters falling behind a bit, but most importantly, they do have the wicket of Teapot Henry, who's in scintillating form, and James also partnering him out in the middle.
We're going to have a bowling change as the under-19 player, Tyler Venner, being brought in. And he will bowl to James.
Well, he had remarkable figures, Claudius, in the last game they played. He got some 4 wickets for, 24 runs?
He'll bowl his first to James. Short, top edge over the keeper, 4 runs. Starting with a short ball, Venner. And coming off the top edge. And going away for a boundary. As James adds to his tally. 63 it is for 2. And Venner, who likes to go short in his bowling, will move in again to James. James hits that into the offside. Can Henry T-Paul does well in the end, getting the body in behind it and completing it with a bit of football. Good throw in as well. Limited them down to 2. And James going to 17 correction. 65 for 2. So you mentioned that 4-wicket haul from Venner in the previous game, but his overall economy is quite good. One of the best economies in the competition, less than 7. He comes into James. James is hooking that. Square leg is posted. And it's Theo Edward in front of a very noisy crowd, completing the fielding. 66 for 2. The bit of liquid refreshment we have had maybe now taking its effect.
Oh, most certainly, Claudius. They have been having a ball from the time they have arrived at the ground.
They are now very vocal. 66 for 2 it is. The target 220. Henry in strike. Venner moves in. Henry is hitting that. That's in the air. Could be a catch. Oh, brilliant! Oh, what a catch! That looks like who? Oh my, Adonis, Kyle Adonis, you beauty. Oh, he had to run about 20 yards from mid-wicket and got the catch in the square leg region. And what a catch to dismiss. Teapot's Henry looking to hook away. And Kyle Adonis, he just stayed with it and sliding away on the left leg, but more importantly, holding on. And that is how you catch. And big high five between Venner and Adonis. This is a big wicket as we see the back of Junior Teapot Henry. Caught Adonis, bowled Tyler Venner. And well, the 3rd wicket has gone down. Junior Teapot Henry going for 29 with 5 falls and a 6.
Yes, certainly a big wicket there in the context of the game, and they know the importance of the wicket of Teapot Henry. You saw the celebrations. They know it's a big fish. They had Claudius.
Yes, a barracuda, Greg Wilson. Fall of Henry. And credit to Venner, the short stuff working for him. And it seemed to be a ploy by the City Blasters to go short against Henry. New batter is, who's that? Vince Smith, is that?
Yeah, it looks,
Playing
Vince
it
Smith.
out towards mid-wicket. Paul is there. And he's off the mark. Smith, 67 for 3. Now this becomes a real challenge for the Craftmasters. James is there, he's got the ability. We saw him with a knock of 75 in, I think it was the Eliminator. He's hit that over backward point, one bounce into the boundary. So he's going to continue going merrily along as the total goes into the 70s. 71 it is for 3. James has gone quickly to 22 from 9 at the end of the over from Venner, but Venner walks away happy that he has picked up the wicket of Henry in this over, the final one of the power play.
Yes, certainly the big wicket of Junior Teapots Henry been caught by Kyle Adonis. Brilliant effort, Claudius. Really showed the Craftmasters how to catch, and we could see the worms still behind that of the Craftmasters, of the Akel City Blasters, but a lot would be dependent on James now. In fact, I would dare say, Claudius, James needs to bat at least all 18 the remainder of the overs if they are to get a chance of pulling off a victory here this evening.
Absolutely. 149 required. The rate is not all that bad. 12.42. At the start it was 12.22. So they have not done badly in terms of the rate of scoring. They have lost wickets. McKenny Clark starts. Bowls outside the off stump and hit into the offside. Williams will do the fielding, and the Craftmasters pick up a second, an additional run. Smith getting a second, and the total 72 for 3. So McKenny Clark being introduced in the 7th over. Clark, 12 wickets in SPL 6. Economy 7.29. And he has done well with both bat and ball. Comes in now to James. James backs away and caught! Oh, straight to Tyler Venner. And James here ill-advisedly going back and looking to clear Venner on the edge of the circle. That went straight to him. Catch comfortably taken, chest height. Another wicket for the City Blasters. They are high-fiving each other as Trevor James walks away. He's gone. Caught Venner. Bowl McKenny Clark. And the wickets are falling a little too regularly for the Craftmasters. James going for 22 from 10 as Choiseul Edward comes in.
Yes, certainly another crucial dismissal there effected by McKenny Clark again. McKenny Clark coming into the attack and short and back of a length. So clearly, Claudius, one would say this is the ploy of the City Blasters to go short at the Craftmaster batters.
And it has been working. They have picked up 4. And Choiseul Edward needs to bat out of his skin here today if the Craftmasters are going to get close to that total. He's going to face his first delivery. Clark to him, short, and played from the chest region out towards square leg. Choiseul Edward picking up his 151st run in the series as Smith was gotten overall 191. Strike rate is just over 150. He comes in to strike. 73 for 4 it is. The Craftmasters are 147 away. 11 and a half overs to go. Smith is getting a short one. It's down the leg side. Looking to hook at it. And there's no run. I reckon these 4 deliveries in the over, all of them have been short. Clearly. A ploy by the City Blasters to not present any drives to the Craftmasters. Maybe saying we're not operating a driving school here at the Francis Babalastic. Clark to him. Or full delivery. This, but it's down the leg side. And wide call. Maybe looking to trap Smith there, expecting a short one. It was full, but it was ill-directed. The total going up to 74 for 4.
Yes, certainly the Craftmasters, they are really pegged back, Claudius. Basically, 2 new batters at the wicket, which was very much the same thing that was happening to the City Blasters. Every time you had a batter on the go, somehow they were able to see their back, and this is what is happening to them at this stage.
Clark moves into Smith. Smith back of a length, quick single. The return comes in, misses. And Edward is able to make his ground as they complete the single, 75 for 4. So Francis Babalastic ground getting a little quieter with the Craftmasters not really doing well at this stage, so their fans a little subdued. Babalastic that is featuring a VIP area this evening in the final. Clark to Edward. Edward drives, but straight to Williams at wide mid-off. No run. End of the over with the dot ball. 7 completed. 75 for 4.
Yeah, 4 runs on a wicket there by McKinney Clark. Certainly he has come in just after the power play and really putting the squeeze on the Craftmasters, Claudius. Just 4 runs, and most importantly picking up the big wicket of James.
145 left. Venner will start his second over. The big wicket of Henry in his previous one. Comes into Smith. Short, and Smith looking to swing it away. Goes to square leg. Eli Box doing the fielding. Smith getting the single. Taking him to 4. And 76 for 4. 144. 144 still required. Venner moving into Edward. Short. Edward looking to swing it away. It's outside the off stump. And not making contact. Natrum taking it. 10 overs and 4 deliveries left. The required rate going up. 13.5 it is. Venner continues from the south to Edward. Pace off, and it's full. It's outside the off stump, and it's a play and a miss from Shonil Edward.
So excellent bowling there by Amari Venner. 9 balls and only conceding 13 runs.
Did you say Amari? It's Tyler.
Tyler Venner. Sorry, I said Amari Venner. It's Tyler Venner. 9 deliveries and picking up a wicket, but most importantly only conceding 14 runs. So great work done so far.
Continues to Edward. Edward gets a pace off delivery. Quick single. The return hits. And I think that's the end of the batter. What is umpire Augustine saying? Oh, he's not saying anything. So I think Smith would have made it. Direct hit from Eli Box. He was at point, so he had maybe one stump to aim at hitting it. But Smith was just able to slide in. Single taken, 77 for 4. And the City Blasters a lot sharper in the field than the Craftmasters.
Well, at this point, Claudius, like we say, the tails are certainly up. So they would be hitting almost anything, catching almost anything, because they are really at pole position at this stage of the game.
Venner goes round the wicket to Smith. Smith is playing that and stopped by
Magaran
They
Chulet.
fielder Shulet at 45 on the onside. Smith getting the single. Goes to 5. 78 for 4 it is. The Craftmasters going at 9.96. At the start, they needed to go at 12.2. As a result, the required rate almost 14 now. Venner to Edward. Edward hits that down to long on. Oh, not able to hold on. Gabriel, it was low down. It was a difficult chance. Edward getting a bit of a life. Maybe you see half chance, but would have been a brilliant catch had he held on Vanilius Gabriel. End of the over, the 8th of the innings. The Craftmasters are 79 for 4. They require for the 141.
Yes, just 4 runs of the over. And with that very economic over completed, Claudius, it has driven the required rate now past 14. So certainly the Craftmasters, they would need to up the ante sooner than later, because they are certainly behind the 8 ball at this stage.
Indeed, the rate is going up. A big innings needed here by somebody. Does Shonil Edward have the quality to deliver it? Clark moving in to Edward. Edward hits that out towards Paul. Oh, got there but put it down. Inside the mid-wicket boundary. Good attempt by Kensley Paul. Not able to hold on as he went to ground. Short delivery. Edward smashing it away. And Paul not able to hold on. 80 for 4 with the single. Edward going to 4. And bringing Smith back into strike. We're coming to the halfway mark of the innings. Clark to Smith. Smith hits a full toss out towards extra cover. Magaran Shulet from long off. Will keep it away from the boundary as Smith gets the single and takes the total to 81 for 4.
I think the Craftmasters, they need to get a few boundaries, a few maximum at this stage, and they are unable to do so. So they are putting tremendous pressure on them at this stage of the game.
Clark in his second over, 1 for 6. Moves into Edward. Edward, swing and a miss, going across the line to a back of a length one. And going low down to Natrum. 81 for 4. 1 delivery left. No, 3 deliveries left in the 9th over. The players will have a drinks break at the end of this over. Reminding you that it's an 18 over contest. Clark moving into Edward. Edward looking to turn it. It's heading down the leg side perhaps. They take the single. Umpire Augustine says it's a leg by. 82 it is for 4. As Clark will go back to complete the over. So Vince Smith needing to push things along. The rate is dropping. 9.46. Clark again to Smith. Smith hits that. That's gone high. It's a catch possibly for Tyler Venner, who's under it and holds on. Good catch. It was dropping and Venner coming forward and holding on as he may be bruising the right elbow, but I don't think he's gonna mind. His teammates are happy. The City Blasters fans, they are happy. Craftmasters losing their 5th wicket and showing that catches do win matches. They're heading themselves towards victory by solid catching efficiency.
Yeah, very much so, unlike what we saw from the Choiseul Craftmasters. The 2, one would say, that have been put down by Vanel, Gabriel and Paul. They were sort of difficult catches, but in the main they have really held on to the catches and they have crucial dismissal they are able to effect. So the Choiseul Craftmasters, they are slipping further and further into the quagmire, Claudius Emmanuel.
Indeed, excellent catch from Venna as we see it again on the replay. And with the fall of the wickets, the players take their drinks break. And an opportunity for the Craftmasters to reflect. The chase is not going as planned. They still require 138 at 15.05 as we take a break.
They go call me bias. We not going home. You see, I tell you don't call me bias. All right, let me play another song there. Cricket. 6 and 4, not bad. Sky, you on band. Yeah, your fault. Please don't forget, folks on the railing. Please remember to be mindful of the folks sitting behind you. You do not want to block their view. All right?
The Choiseul Craftmasters have lost their 5th wicket, that of Vince Smith, 4 for 6 of the bowling of Kenny Clark. The score is 82 for 5. The new batsman in for the Craftmasters is
The Craftmasters skipper, Kirsten Jules, comes in at number 7 as we resume after the break. The 9th over to be completed by Clark. As he comes into Jules. Full delivery, Jules is missing as they pushed at it outside the off stump. End of the over, interrupted by the drinks break. A successful one for Clark and the City Blasters. 82 for 5 it is. 138 needed from 9 overs.
Yes, with the introduction of Clark in the bowling attack there, he has really put on the squeeze there on the Choiseul Craftmasters. 2 overs just for 6 runs, glorious, but most importantly, he have picked up 2 crucial wickets and has already driven the required rate now past 15.
So a tall order for the Craftmasters. And the question is, can they craft their way to this target of 220? It's a tall order. The spin of Jaden Elibox being introduced. And, well, it's a bit of a crisis for the Craftmasters. Elibox comes into Edward. Edward hits that in the air. Could be caught. Williams takes a comfortable catch as Choiseul Edward punches the air in disappointment. But it is wide celebrations from the City Blasters. Their fans in the crowd jumping up as well. The end of another wicket for the Craftmasters. Choiseul Edward going, caught Williams, bowled Elibox from his very first delivery. And in the 10th over, it is 82 for 6.
Yeah, certainly a dream start there for Elibox. Very first delivery there. Choiseul Edwards looking to go across and getting the outer edge and presenting a relatively easy catch there to Williams. So the struggles continue for the Choiseul Craftmasters, losing their 6th wicket. Claudius, one may very well say the writing is on the wall somewhere.
On the wall indeed, as Williams, well, dancing away in celebration as he completed the catch. It's not looking good for the Craftmasters as the new batter comes in. Who's that? Is that Alvina Simon? The left-hander. And he's coming to join Jules. Eli Box continues. To him he drives. Has gone out towards wide long on. Paul picking it up in front of Gabriel, who's coming from long on. And the new batter is off the mark. 83 for 6. Alvina Simon indeed. 137 still required. Can Kirsten Jules present an inspirational knock? Shot hooked away. 6 in the slot. And Jules, a man of faith, is holding hope alive, smashing that away over wide mid wicket, and it has gone all the way for 6. A little disconcerting that the music continues to blare away with the game continuing. 89 for 6 it is. I think our DJ has gone.
Yes, certainly. I think
napping.
He may have fallen asleep at the wheels, Claudius. But last shot there by Kirsten Jules. Is that a statement shot there by the captain that he's prepared to take the bull by the horn? He's not going to go down without a fight?
Well, he has to. 131 still required. As we've got a replacement ball. So Jules, well, you see that shot going back deep in his crease, getting under it and hitting it away. To come Bess, Donnan Edward, Janelle Williams. They need to put their heads together. The requirement is a fairly sizable one. Eli Box continues to Jules. Jules is forward, turns it away. We'll get a single. As good response from Simon. 90 for 6 it is. The DJ puts off the music, but the acoustic version is still with us. The cymbals, the drums, the Siwenal type rhythm is very much with us at the Babalastic, looking to chop it away, Simon, and not making contact. 90 for 6 it remains. One delivery left in the 10th over. Eli Box to Simon. Simon. Oh, cotton ball. Is that a catch? Oh, a brilliant one. Eli Box. My word. City Blasters. They're catching out of their skin. A brilliant catch. Simon looking to smash that past Eli Box. And somehow Eli Box has clutched that 200 away to the right. Oh, brilliant effort there by Libox. The 7th goes down for the Craftmasters, as we not quite seen that. End of Jason Simon, cotton ball Libox. The 7th wicket going down for the Craftmasters as Bronte Bess walks out a forlorn figure.
Yes, Alvina Simon looking to smash this one back over the head of just in the live box, but somehow Claudius, it looked like he got elongated. Really, you swear it was a goalkeeper at full strength, diving towards his right, like looking to save something in the upper right.
Yes,
and he was able to bring it down. What a remarkable catch there by Jaden in live box, and you could see it, Claudius, when you are in pole position, like you could do it. You feel you are Superman.
And in a sense, Greg Wilson, it is a game of catching efficiency. We saw the Craftmasters put down 6, but the City Blasters has taken everything except for their half chances that have been very difficult. Williams starts a new over to the man Jules, slapping it into the offside. Straight to Adonis. And there's no run. It stays 90 for 7. We are in the 9th. We are in the 11th over. Williams, the left-hander, comes in to Jules. Jules tugs it out to the mid-wicket region. Paul is there. And a return coming in. On the bounce to Williams. As Jules gets his 8th run. And the total 91 for 7. Bess, a big man. Can he resuscitate the fortunes of the Craftmasters, which has waned very badly over the past few overs? Only 3 wickets remaining. Williams goes over the wicket to Bess. Bess is looking to swing it away. They will go for the single as Venner picking up, but it's a leg by. 92 for 7 it is. 91, correction. Williams will bowl to Jules. Jules gets one short and wide. Wide call by umpire Gustin. As Jules missing out. Stays 91 for 7. Looks like it will be a disappointing journey back for the Choiseul Craftmasters fans. Beaten outside the off stump is Jules. As Williams gets a bit of turn away from the right-hander. Enjoying that as it went past the bat into the gloves of nature.
Yes, certainly you could see Williams really enjoying himself, enjoying his bowling out there. Not being put under any pressure per se.
Comes in again to Jules. Jules plays it down to Venner, who gets the body in the way and achieves the dot ball. So Williams under no pressure whatsoever. Moving into Jules. Jules hits that away into the offside. Adonis is there. And Bess says, skipper, don't bother run that. We'll stay to complete the over. 93 for 7. Craftmasters still needing 127 in 7.
Yes, Russian coming into the attack, just conceding 2 runs, and it was not even off the bat, so really was not put under any pressure. And as you indicate, Claudius, 127 of 7 is really a tall order. The rate now has pushed up over 18 and over, so I think really the fat lady is singing somewhere, Claudius. We just have not heard her, but she's very much cleaning up the voice, the throat at this point in time.
Yes, indeed. Jaden Elibox will continue. Picked up 2 wickets in his first over. One of the very first ball and then a brilliant catch. He comes into Bess. Bess has gone long over mid wicket for 6. Oh, the sort of maximums that the Craftmasters require in the slot, and the burly figure of Bess depositing that way over mid wicket for 6, taking this Craftmasters to 99 for 7 as he gets off the mark.
Well, certainly Bronte Bess, he needs about 3 of these in every over moving forward if they are to overhaul that total. But certainly he will not go down without a fight. He certainly can hit a long ball, Claudius.
Yes, he has to. The Craftmasters are desperate. The fans, oh, they are as flat as a biscuit.
They did not even celebrate that last 6, imagine.
Precisely. And you just think that, Greg, they realize maybe it's a foregone conclusion, but you never know. A couple of maximums in quick succession can give them a little more hope. As it is now, they are just ruining the fact that they didn't take their catches and they considered over 200. Eli Box balls. Again, another 6 in the identical area. Bronte Best, well, he's saying this game is not over yet, and causing a little gyration, some more among the Orange Army. Successive 6s from the bat of Bronte Best, bringing up the 100 for the Craftmasters in the 12th over.
Yes, certainly two lusty blows there struck there by Bronte Bears, and certainly he was put to the sword. So it's a time now to effect a bit of revenge, Claudius.
Indeed, he's quickly to 12 from his 3 overs. Eli Box with a ball change. Will also, is he going to change his approach? Yes, he's going to go over the wicket. The round the wicket stuff has not been working against Bess. 2 sixes to start the over. Eli Box to Bess, wide of off stump, will be called wide. 105 for 7. We are in the 12th over. Eli Box goes back round the wicket. He comes into Bess. Bess gets another wide. Eli Box is saying, well, you will not keep on hitting me out of the park. I'm going to bowl it fast and flat. Comes in again to Bess. Another wide. 3rd successive wide to follow the 2 successive sixes at the beginning of the over. 107 for 7. As he comes in again to Bess. Bess hits that for 6. A 3rd 6 of the over. And could this be a turnaround over for the Craftmasters? As Jaden Eli Box, well, it has gone for 21. Still only halfway through the over.
Yeah, Jaden Eli Box. The 3 deliveries that we've seen him fired in, they have all been wide. And those he has given not generous flight, but they have just sat up, and Bronte Bears have taken full advantage of them. So certainly Jaden Eli Box looks like a worried man at this point. But luckily for him, there's still a bit of cushion to play with.
Yes, and as a result, a little bit more energy among the Craftmasters fans. But they need more overs like that. And of course, this one is just halfway there. So it could be a really big one that perhaps resuscitates the fortunes there for the Craftmasters. Eli Box under a little bit of pressure for the first time in the game. As he continues to Bess. Bess is missing outside the off stump. It's a no ball now. And now Bess gets the run and will get a free hit to continue to launch maximums. 115 now for 7. Eli Box almost going to pieces in this over.
Yeah, certainly it has all gone wrong for Eli Box. Perhaps just lack of concentration.
Comes into Bess. Bess, top S. That's gone very high. Of course, it's a free hit, so it will not count. And so Gabriel electing to just take that on the bounce. Bess coming back for the second. A bit of excitement in the crowd, of course, not recognizing that it was a free hit. Bess goes to 20 with the couple. 117 for 7. The over has cost 24. Eli Box to Bess. Bess hits that. Where's that gone? Along the ground towards mid wicket. Paul is there. And Bess gets the single. Still one left in the over. 25 considered already. We have had 4 wides and a no ball. 3 wides and a no ball. 3 sixes as well. 118 for 7.
You would need to try to close off this over. It's already an expensive one. I think 25 of the over.
Indeed, 25 off the over already. It's the 12th. Eli Box now to Jules. Jules gets a full toss. It's it down to long on. Clark is there. An elongated over comes to an end. 26 coming from it. 119 for 7. And is that the over that reignites the hope among the Craftmasters and gives them a little bit more energy in terms of going at the total?
But looking at the equation, Claudius, you're looking at 101 from 6 overs. So it's still very much a very, very tall order. 16.83. They record almost 70 runs and over.
But the Craftmasters fans can argue, well, we just got 26, so we can get 17.
But that was off the bowling of the live box. But you're looking at Rashad Williams, he bowled his first over for just 2 runs, and you still have the likes of McKenny Clark, who probably still have another 2 overs. So it's still going to be a very tall order for them.
Absolutely. It's not easy. As Williams starts the 13, bowls to Jules. Jules swing and a miss outside the off-stump wide call. 120 for 7. Can Jules and Bess create some problems for the City Blasters? Williams to Jules. Jules smashes that out to the mid-wicket fielder. Kensley Paul is there. And they take 1. Bess coming in to strike as the total goes to 121 for 7. Partnership of 31 from 13 between these two. Williams to Bess. Bess is swinging and missing outside the off stump. And Natrum taking it. Long off, long on, mid wicket, deep square leg, deep extra cover for the left armer Williams, who comes into Bess. Bess hits that away, doesn't get hold of it, they just get a single as Theo Edward comes off the deep mid wicket boundary. 122 for 7, the Craftmasters needing 98.
Yes, certainly very much a tall order. They are going at less than 10 and over.
Williams to Jules. Jules hits that high. Could be a catch. No, it's over long on. In fact, it's out of the park. Oh, a nice stroke from Kirsten Jules. It was in the slot. And he lifted it high and handsome over the long on fielder, who saw it sail over his head. Clark, the spectator there on the boundary. 128 for 7. Jules with a first maximum, his second maximum in fact, going to 16. 128 for 7.
Looking at the replay, Claudius, I mean, the shot he played that so nonchalantly. For a while, McKenny Clark thought that he was in business.
But it cleared the wall behind him. Jules smashes that past Williams, but good fielding by Gabriel on the boundary at long off. Just a single to Jules. 129 now for 7. Required rate almost 18. Williams will bowl to the left-handed Bess. Bess hits that straight down the ground. That's 6. Into the dugout of the Craftmasters, who has picked up 2 maximums in this over. 12, 14, 15, 16 from the over. 135 for 7. 13 completed. The last 2 overs, Greg Wilson, not bad. 26 and now 17.
Some 43 runs up. 43 of the last 2, Claudius. So certainly they are looking to pick up the momentum, but still a lot of work still left to be done. The worms are still not close to each other from what we can see on the graphic.
Tyler Venner being brought back, not surprisingly. Eli Box's last over was very expensive, and so Natrum calling back the young seamer. He's picked up 1 for 16 from his 2 overs. Change of headgear for the batters. Maybe a message from the dressing room as well. Craftmasters, well, 3-4 overs ago they were dead and gone, but there's a little hope coming back with these two. They'll want to continue the partnership. It's gone close to the 40s, I make it. 135 for 7. 85 still required. Venner to come for his third over. He'll bowl to Custom Jules. Down the leg side, swinging at it is Jules. No wide call, maybe a bit of contact there. Maybe from the thigh pad. Partnership between these two, 45 from 19. The Craftmasters getting back their voice. They need more sixes to really give them hope. Tyler to Jules. Jules hits that out towards mid-wicket. Could be a boundary. Yes, it is. Away from Mechanic Clark at wide long on. To his right and to the left of the mid-wicket fielder, Theo Edward. A boundary to Jules. Takes him to 21. 139 for 7. Greg Wilson, we need to keep track of the runs per over. 4 of 2 deliveries.
Yes, Claudius. 4 of 2. But Tyler Venner just realized Theo Edward on the boundary was telling him to dig it in short. So certainly he has gone away from what works for him previously.
A word to Venner from Mechanic Clark at long on. Let's see what Venner does. So Jules pushing the partnership to 49 between himself and Bess. Hope coming back among the Craftmasters. Venner moves into Jules. Jules is bowled. Looking to go aerial, has lost his leg stump. Good from young Tyler Venner, going full. And Jules playing across the line has been castled. A second wicket for Venner. Smiles between him and Eli Box. The 8th wicket going down. Craftmasters in the 14th over. 139 for 8.
Yes, just when the hopes of the Craftmasters would be lifted a bit, the captain Kirsten Jules was bowled by Tyler Venner. 1 4 and 2 6s, 140 was his strike rate. So certainly another timely blow struck there by the Akil City Blasters. Some 81 runs still required of 4.3 overs.
Good partnership between the two, Bess and Jules, but partnership being broken on 49. The new batter, Janelle Williams, the under-19 player. Tyler, another under-19 player, will move into his mate. Venner to Williams. Williams gets a good one, digs it out, will get off the mark. Could be 2, no. They're happy with the single. Nobody at mid-wicket in the circle. And Williams getting off the mark. 140 for 8. Craftmasters still needing a whopping 80 runs. 4 overs and 2 balls left. The rate is almost 19 per over. A tall order. A very tall order. As tall as the 6 pylons around the ground. Venner to Bess. Pace off and very wide of the off stump. A wide call. Umpire McVeigh with the signal. 141 for 8. And the Craftmasters maybe reflecting and saying, where did we get ourselves into this awkward position? Venner to Bess. Bess swing and a miss across the line. It's outside the off stump. Bess looking to target his favorite area, mid-wicket, and not making contact. 79 required from 4.1.
The rate is almost 19.
2 wickets away, the City Blasters. Venner to Bess. Bess backs away and hits it out towards the mid-wicket area. Paul! Does he take it? No, he puts it down. Seemed to have gotten it two-handed, but as he went to ground, The ball popped out. In fact, I think he dropped it even before he hit ground. A chance to Bess. End of the over. The 142 for 8. And a catch put down by the City Blasters on this occasion.
That's the third one they have put down. Second, Paul has put down. But the catching by and large has been very good. And with the end of the 14th over, the required rate has shot up to 19.5. So you're looking at almost 20 runs and over in the last 4. We're still with the likes of McKenny Clark still to bowl. I think Claudia's certainly, one could simply say the writing is on the wall, but strange things do happen in cricket.
It's Clark who's coming to Bess, short. And Bess getting inside of it, looking to hook away. Just a quick delivery. He missed out. Umpire Augustine saying one above the shoulder for the over. This is the start of the 15th. So just 3 overs after this. Clark has been very economical. Successful as well. 2 for 6 in his. This is the 3rd over. Clark comes into Bess. Bess hits that into the offside. Will go into the boundary at extra cover. Away from Williams inside the circle. And away from Shulet at wide long off. Another boundary to Bess. He goes to 33. 146 for 8. The requirement down to 74. Bess needing to continue hitting them at a healthy rate of 20 plus per over. 20.18 exactly. And the Craftmasters needing a miracle in the final of SPL 6 at the Francis Babalastic ground. Clark comes into Bess. Bess is going big. Could be a catch to Theo Edward. Takes it low down and tumbles and rolls onto the playing area in celebration. The end of Bess. Theo Edward blowing kisses to his fans in the Alton Crafton stand. Fall of the 9th wicket. A 3rd one for McKenny Clark as Bess goes for 33. Caught Theo Edward bowl Clark. And the City Blasters as they high-five each other in the huddle. 146 for 9. They are 1 wicket away from the title in SPL 6.
Yeah, certainly Theo Edward again make that catch look very easy. McKenny Clark continuing to tighten the screws, not really giving Bronte Bess the room to really freeze arms. You could see he was really crumped. Looking, it was more risk than anything else. And hitting it straight to Theo Edward, who took a comfortable catch, and we could see him rolling up all over the ground there in celebration. So certainly the City Blasters, they know they are 1 wicket away of lifting the title for the 2nd time.
Indeed, they could be 1 ball away as Donan Edward comes in at number 11. So the Craftmasters, it appears that they're going to fall short of their target. A small matter of 74 required. Clark moves into Edward. Edward is playing and missing. A full one. It's outside the off stump. Not too far from the off stump. Edward playing and missing. The ball going into the gloves of Natron. So the Craftmasters conceding 219 from the 18. 219 for 7. On the back of 51 from Williams. 41 from Natron. 37 from Gabriel and 35 from Clark. It is Clark who has picked up 3, looking for a 4th as it comes into Edward. Edward is struck on the path, big appeal, and give on. That's it. Success for the City Blasters. McKenny Clark trapping Don and Edward LBW to pick up his 4th wicket and to send absolute delirium among their fans in the Alton Crafton stand. So it is the City Blasters who have picked up their second title in SPL. They are the champions of SPL 6. They have beaten the Craftmasters by 73 runs. I make it with 3 overs and 1 ball to spare. A comprehensive victory in the end, with McKenny Clark finishing with the amazing figures of 4 for 10 from 2.5 overs. As we see it on the replay, Donan Edward trapped in front without scoring.
Yes, certainly a remarkable spell there by McKenny Clark to seal the victory there for his team. When they were under pressure, he came in the 7th over and he really kept things tight every single over that he bowled, and he got the just reward of 4 wickets for the 10 runs.
Indeed, and the players exchanging pleasantries. But this is the match summary for you. The final of SPL 6. The City Blasters, they were sent in after the Craftmasters won the toss. They got to 219 for 7 after the game was reduced to 18 overs aside because of rain. They contributed Williams 52 from 17. He really started in the power play. Natram 41 from 20, his usual aggressive stuff. Gabriel 37 from 30. And McKenny Clark, you don't see it there, he also picked up an important 35. In the bowling, Venus Simon 3 for 36. Jules 2 for 38 and a wicket for Edward. And when the Craftmasters batted, Greg Wilson, do the summary for us of their innings. They were dismissed for 146.
Yes, you had Bronte Best getting a cameo 33 from 15. Junior Henry started very well, played a few very enterprising knock shots for 29. And you had James again, was up to a flyer but really could not sustain it. But with the bowling, kudos has to go to McKenny Clark. 2.5 overs with the remarkable figures of 4 wickets for just 10 runs. Amari Venner supported him very ably, and he took some crucial wickets at crucial interval. 2 for 23 out in free. And we had Dylan John, who got the big wicket of Alex Athanasis. Really broke their back very early in the piece. 3 for 44. But Claudius, the overall performance, and if we had to look at the man of the match, one would simply say it would be McKenny Clark for getting the 45 that he got, and then 4 wickets for just 10 runs. So I think our man of the match definitely would be McKenny Clark for his all-round performance.
Yes, indeed. McKenny Clark's 35 coming from 13 deliveries with 2 4s and 4 6s, a strike rate of 269. And in the bowling department, Clark was right there, picking up those 4 wickets. Let's get his exact figures for you. McKenny Clark, he would have bowled some 2.5 overs, and he had 11 dot balls, 4 for 10. A clear man of the match performance by him. Greg Wilson, quickly as we wrap up here on commentary, your reflections on this game in terms of where it went wrong for the Craftmasters. Would you say that it was a case of maybe poor catching?
Poor catching would have contributed to it, but I thought the sort of electric start that they had, especially by Rashad Williams. Remember, after 2 overs, they had already scored some 50 runs. So the sort of start they had, really the likes of Sean Hill, Edward, Bronte Best, they were put under the cosh very early. And I don't think they really recovered from that. And more so, the poor catching really did not help the situation.
Indeed, a comprehensive victory by the City Blasters. And a thought on the City Blasters, who have in effect played unbeaten throughout the competition.
Well, I think they have played some really good cricket. And the good thing about the City Blasters, at various stages, you had different persons put their hands up. Because the captain in particular, Stephen Netram, he only came good towards the back end of the inning. So you had the likes of Paul would have had good innings, Williams would have had good innings. So they've had good all-round contribution. And even with the bowling, at various times, you had different bowlers putting up their hands. So it was an all-round team effort from the City Blasters.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you for your work. And on behalf of the entire team, yourself, Dexter Solomon, Arthur Eugene, and Joe St. Marth, Claudia Simanol, on behalf of Jerry and the team, thanking you for being part of our commentary. And of course, asking you to stay tuned to the live stream because we've got the post-match ceremony to bring you in a few minutes' time. So bye-bye for now until the post-match ceremony.
way there. Take from no way there, when you way there, way there. Oh, one no way there, come way there, way there. Oh, best way there, when you way there. the players, the captains, let's try to get that over and done. The screaming forecast not get big caught here. So let's try to get the post-match stuff running. Okay, we can do that in a few minutes.
Yeah, man.
I'm sure you'd agree with me that it's been a very successful tournament, and it has ended with victory for the Akan City Blasters. As we get our post-match presentation up and running, to start with some awards to our match official. And these awards, actually, medals, they will be presented by Mr. Toby Sidney, who's the general manager of St. Lucia. So we call on the umpires to please come forward to get our presentation off and running. Where are they? Where are they? Okay, well, what is that? What's next? What's next? Okay, start next. The Cooper. Start the ball rolling on behalf of the umpires. Come here. Come here. Just put body ball on it. I am stopping it. Come here. Who taking that? Stop in the middle. Oh. To the middle. Mr. Tobak Madigan also around, and he will receive the award from Mr. Sidney. Come on, bitch. Nice. Don't think we have any of the umpires available to, so we will move on. We will do the man of the match. In this particular final, the result was clear for his 35 Yeah, team individually. Yeah, our performance from 2.5 overs, 2 for 10. No other than McKenny Clark. And that presentation will be made to McKenny by Ms. K.M. Carroll, who is the sports marketing manager. And that goes 350 there for McKenny. Yeah. Because with you, Kenny, good all-round performance. We got a promotion today. The Diego Battle Kai. Okay, very good performance. You were right on top in terms of understanding what was required for that. When you told that particular plan to go short against the Craftmaster,
No, I just think that was the limitation to become
thank you very much. Congratulations. Clark, our man of the match. Let's now go into some tournament awards,
and we are
and
going to
we're going to
highlight
highlight
the
the
main
main
performers
performance
in the
in the
main
main
departments of
departments
the game.
of the game.
We're going to start
Let's start
with
with
the
the
most runs,
most runs,
and
and
that
that
presentation
presentation
will be
will be
made by
made by
Mr.
Mr. Francis Lastic, who is the former national footballer, the current coach of the national side, and of course, the person in whose name this ground is named. And is none other than the most runs. That award going to none other than Junior Keeper. 420 runs. Junior Keeper's head. They received Mr. Francis Baba Lastic. So next award is that of the most wickets. And this award will be presented by Ms. Francesca Solomon, who's the Flow Marketing Executive. And that award for the most wickets goes to none other than Mechanic Park. 16 wickets. Yeah, I am supposed to do that. I'm just going to indicate to you that the Best Batter Award gets a prize of $750. The best bowler also getting 750. Let's go through the best captain in the competition, and that presentation was made by Mike Daniel Young, who was the corporate assistant clerk at Magical Insurances. And that presentation goes to none other than Trevor James, who picked up 13 touches. So Trevor James, 13 touches in SPL 6. Presentation being made by Malika Daniel Young. Thank you. Then we go to the MVP of the tournament. And this is an award who's going to be given by Piers Dalis, who's MPR Promotions manager. And that award would be for the most outstanding player of the competition. Now, we have seen McKenny Clark, he picked up 16 wickets. He also had 138 runs at a strike rate of over 200. But we believe for the impact that he had throughout the tournament, it is Junior Teapot's Henry
428 runs, 202 centuries. The strike rate got close to 200. So Mr. Junior Tipper Senior, the MVP for competition SPL6. Thank you very much. We move on to the medals now, and we are going to start with the second place. Those will be presented to just the captain. In the interest of time, we will just do the captain. So we'll call Mr. Kirsten Jules to receive those medals, and they will be presented by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sports, Dr. Urias Gilero. So a lot of work for Kirsten, and he's going to carry the full draft for his team. We will not let him go away without having a chat with him. Kirsten, it was a pretty, let's have the presentation of the big trophy first, and then we'll have a chat with him. I think, Kirsten, it was a decent journey for you, but you just fell short at the mark. So you didn't really go wrong. Yeah, it was the one I played and so no to this guys. Choiseul Craftmasters friends, our bonus, the Lastic, I have in there. And all those will be leading us. Well, we have said she's winning it. We have been struggling with our catches in this tournament. We have gotten away with the 50 or 41. You made that same mistake again. You Constant, you give us good entertainment. On the next, SPL 6. We're moving on. We now go to the championship. And of course, that will be presented by the Director of Finance, Mr. Emran Williams. And he's going to present it to the City Blasters team. And of course, we will have the trophy. Let's have the trophy first, and then we will have the medals presented. So, Mr. Stephen Nachum, please come forward to receive the trophy, the medals on behalf of your team. Mr. M1 Williams, the Director of Finance, making the presentation.
Aaron cooking me up. Don't make me.
And of course, Stephen, stay right there. There's a big check to be given to you. And that will be presented by Mr. Hassan Iriste, the CEO of the SPL. And it's a big check for $25,000. And it goes to the City Blasters, champions of SPL in 2026. Anyway, a quick word, you will not be long because the rain is pouring. Tell us your feeling as you have been in charge. Firstly, I give thanks to God Almighty. Man, cannot go on without giving thanks to our fans. I think this year our fans in like the same. You don't really have words to express now. So, congratulations, Stephen. You did competition and you gave SPL6 great entertainment indeed. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. An opportunity now for the City Masters to enjoy themselves, popping that champagne and really enjoying the fun of the events. For this as a problem. So, an opportunity for them to do it in front of the advertising logos. So, champions in SPL6. The Blasters, the champion team indeed, because they played undefeated in SPL6. The Kansas City Blasters remarkable performance from them in that. And that brings us up to the one is the post-match ceremony.